Yeah, he was, and that was the reason why. It's like, and he did. I mean, he showed. It's like, oh, here's Capricorn 1. Like, because I could fake a Mars mission, and I think during that, you could never make that movie now. During the making of it, he's like, yeah, you know what? It is really easy to do this. Really, really easy. But anyway, sorry. Footprints, by the way, all over the ash, right? Ash is perfectly 3 inches thick all over. Nobody ever took a shovel and dug down. It's like, how far can you dig in the ash?
And you'll see the footprints everywhere, but no crater or
no
marking
blast
left
crater,
from
no
the
splay
landing
pattern.
of the,
there should be no ash. 10,000 pounds of thrust under that thing. There should be no ash under that thing at all.
And there should be a dust cloud preventing those beautiful photographs that would have been there for, I mean, I don't know. I would assume quite a long time.
Yeah. Well, if it's supposedly 1/6 Earth gravity, by the way, which is a whole nother thing. No feats of strength. 180-pound man weighs 30 pounds. You know what you could do with that sort of strength? You could pick up, those two guys could have picked up the frickin' lander if they want to, and definitely could have picked up the moon buggy. But there's so many little things. We always see the pictures, and you've seen the moon stuff where, you know, all they do is increase the frame rate 100% and everyone's running just fine.
Yes.
Like, why would you be in slow motion? Fine, you weigh 30 pounds instead of 180 pounds. You still weigh 30 pounds. It's not like you weigh no pounds. You know, the object still falls at the same rate. That's how it works. You wouldn't be floating everywhere. In fact, if anything, your vertical leap would be ridiculous. I mean, let's say you had a 12-inch vertical leap with the suit, which I think is not unusual, right? That's 6-foot leap. You should be. It would be. What was that movie? The Mars movie with Taylor Kitsch, where he was on Mars. Anyway, he was like, he could jump. He was teleported to Mars, right? And Mars had an atmosphere, and he could jump incredibly far, and he had to get used to his new strength because he had Mars gravity. Anyway. Last but not least, let me throw in one more, and that is that stupid satellite dish, right? That little dish looks perfectly legit, right? Well, yeah, it looks kind of legit now, but in 1969, that thing was running off a car battery, right? That thing has a range. Maybe it's not secret technology. That's a VHF transmitter. That thing has a range on a good day of 50 miles. And even then, we're talking Morse code. And you're telling me that thing is pumping out 10 frames of color video a second and perfect two-way communication? How are you lining it up?
Yeah, that was one of the things that really got me, is just, you know, being that it's 2021, and I've been, you know, looking into this since I was a kid, but even back then, right? Yeah. The idea that we sent a manned mission to the moon 30 years before we had cell phones.
Oh yeah.
Before the invent of the 486 computer or the Pentium chip, before any of that. Hell, and then we did it in the 60s and then didn't do it anymore since then. Yep. Right? We did these 4 moon missions, and then it was just like, okay, we're done with the moon. No one's going back to the moon. Don't worry about the moon. Don't think about the moon.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. The blue marble shot. People don't understand it. I talked about this in the clues, which was the iconic Apollo 17 blue marble shot, right? Taken in 1972 on the last mission going home, the last possible chance you could take the shot. It's like, okay, we're going to take a shot of the Earth, the full disk, Earth and sunlight, and that's it. Roll credits. Good night, everybody. And that's it. And you're right. And the thing is, they drug it out too far, and because they were scared to death of faking it. And as the technology got better and better in terms of media, they got even more scared of trying to fake it. I mean, I used to joke with people that you could give me a whole dump truck full of money and say, look, we were going to pay you $500 million to fake the moon missions now. I'd be like, yeah, go to hell. There's no way I could do it. I mean, come on. Everybody knows, especially in the media biz in Hollywood, the bigger the production, the more likely there are going to be huge mistakes. There's how many websites are there of like moviemistakes.com? I mean, even the original Lord of the Rings, the first cut, you probably remember this. There was a car driving in the background in the Shire. It's like, how did you miss that? Right. But they did.
And I missed it for years and years and years. Loved that movie, watched it over and over again until somebody pointed it out to me. I never noticed that car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you make mistakes. And so they did not release a second blue marble shot of the Earth until summer of 2015, as we started to ramp up, and we called them on it because I go, look, it's been 43 years. You haven't taken a second blue marble shot. And I remember when it came out, because Scott Kelly was the guy that wrote the press briefing, and Obama was the one that did the tweet on it. It's like, second blue marble shot of the Earth. really wonderful. It's like, really? Really? That's all you're going to say? You're not going to talk about 43 years? That is such a long time in the field of space.
It really is.
To do anything. And even to this day, again, I'll give you a quick argument, because it's like, look, now it's been 40, almost 50 years. We'll just say 50 years. I think the 50-year anniversary did happen, or something along the lines, where it's like, okay, why hasn't anyone been back? Right? They just keep kicking that can down the road. I remember talking to some science students out in Dublin, right? This one girl in particular. And I said, look, it's been a long time. When you going back? Right? And she goes, soon. We're going back soon. I go, yeah, I've heard that. I heard that. I've heard that since Reagan. Every president since Reagan, and we've got clips in our circles that have this compilation of stuff where every president since Reagan it's like, well, we're dedicated, we're going back. Trump, we're going back. Biden, yeah, we're not going back. He's not even trying.
Yeah. Anyway. So, Mark, tell me, what is the state of the Flat Earth movement since the release of the Netflix documentary? What's changed? What's new?
Before the documentary, we were smoldering pretty good. I mean, we were catching a lot of media attention just because it was so unique. The conference, for example, which was shot before the documentary came out, the first conference in 2017. A lot of people don't know that media will send scouts like recon. They'll send a single person out to an event to see if it's legit or not. They'll send it before the event, and because ours was a 2-day conference, and that first day, I remember seeing these guys around the place, and they were like, yeah, you got on the phone, like, you got to get some teams out here like now. And they overnighted. People flew in the middle of the night, all these teams from various parts of the world. And it was just freaking nuts. But when the documentary, the director and the producers had no faith in it whatsoever. So again, they didn't want to make it for whatever reason. By the time they were done, they regretted making it. They did not push it very hard. They thought, oh, we're not even getting into film festivals, let alone sell the damn thing. And they got into every festival they applied to, as far as I could tell, to the point where they were sending me out to festivals, which is a dumb idea. But they were making sure that somebody was live feeding so that I didn't say stuff that was off color, like I would. But they still didn't think it was going to get bought. And it was picked up almost immediately by Amazon and iTunes and YouTube Red and all this. And then finally, at the end of 2018, we saw it 2017 was conference. End of 2018, just around Thanksgiving to 2018, that's when Netflix picked it up. And everything just exploded because, and I have a theory behind this. It's because the Netflix documentary gave media an excuse to talk about flat Earth. So instead of looking up a flat earther, asking your producer, your editor, it's like, yeah, we need to meet some flat earthers. No. All you had to do was watch the movie. That was our reel. That was our sizzle reel. And so they would just show this movie to someone. It's like, yeah, we're going to do a follow up on whatever happened with the movie. And so it just exploded. There was so many. My email load, I think, doubled in that first month, and it was already pretty heavy. I mean, it was just heavy with people because they couldn't believe that they could track me down. Because I always put my contact information out on social media. And I only have one thing on social media. I don't do Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat, whatever the kids are doing nowadays. I don't do it. I only did YouTube just for the hell of it. In fact, quick little side story. I'll tell you how unprepared I was for this thing. When I get this call from Coast to Coast, a producer at Coast to Coast, and they said, yeah, well, I want to talk to you. We heard you were on Ground Zero. Well, I want to do a thing on flat Earth. It's like, okay. And she goes, what's the name of your book? I go, I don't have a book. And she goes, okay, what's the name of your DVD? And I go, don't have one of those. She goes, okay, what's the name? She goes, what's your website? I didn't have a website. I was like, look, I've only been doing this for a few months. She goes, why am I talking to you? I go, you called me. I have no idea why you're talking to me. And she goes, all right, give me the nickel tour. Go. I'll give you 5 minutes. I go, bop. And she goes, all right, you're on next week. And I was like, right on. And then I had to ask a friend, it's like, what's Coast to Coast? That's a thing, right? And people got so angry at me. Anyway, But the point was is that no one was prepared. Now, but then we got media spoiled. Sorry. So after the documentary, everybody was doing a flat Earth video. I mean, if you could think of a YouTube channel, a big one, whether the kids, I mean, the young channels like the Paul brothers, Logan Paul punks our conference in Denver the very next year. Dumb. Everyone from ABC News to Shane Dawson to international stuff. It was out of control to where we couldn't even do the interviews fast enough. There were just so many cool things happening. And yes, the opportunities were there. Producers were fishing around for television shows. To give an example, there was a mobile company in Australia calls me up, said, "Yeah, can you be in Australia in 10 days? We want you to, we're doing a campaign called Foolproof." Which again, little knock, which is, well, if these people can use Flat Earth or use our phone app, anyone can. And I go, do I get to say Flat Earth on camera? They go, you betcha you do. In fact, I helped write my little piece, and they sent me tickets and paid me well, and I did it. And so that was in 2019. 2019 was monstrous. We were doing so amazingly well. And beginning of 2020, I'll give you how things went. 2020, I get flown out to London to do a morning show, right? I also did Piers Morgan. I was scared to death of that one because I was like, oh God, but I didn't do that live, which was even worse because I knew there was a producer. Again, general public doesn't know. In most cases, it's the producers. The on-air talent, they're just talking to you. It's the producers with the kill switch in the back. They're the ones you have to worry about. If they don't like the way you're going, and most of the time they'll be in your earpiece. They'll be like, all right, we want to change topics, or we want to do this and we want to do that. And either you go along with it or you don't.
I mean, that's such a shame because it's just scripted reality, right? It's not real. It's here's what you're allowed to say, what you're allowed to talk about.
Absolutely.
And I feel like, and this is one of the things that bothers me in the world today, is that we're getting more and more funneled into that restrictive sort of, you have to believe the correct things type of environment. And that bothers me a lot.
Yeah, I know. There was a wonderful line by Carrie Fisher when she was being asked how the reality television market was cutting into all the serious actors. And she laughed, right? And this was only a couple of years before she died, where she goes, you don't get it. She goes, if it's on television, she goes, it's not real. And I'd be the first one to tell you that. I remember, I'll finish up the London thing in a second, how everything just collapsed. But I remember going to do a thing with National Geographic down in Los Angeles. They were really persistent. They called me when I was at the Toronto Film Festival. That's where the documentary first opened up. And they called me and they said, yeah, we want to do a meetup in Los Angeles. I go, great. I can put you into touch with a whole bunch of Los Angeles people. Here you go. Have fun. Right? Not even 2 hours later, they're back on the freaking phone with me. So it's like, look, we want you to come out to Los Angeles. I go, look, I don't want to come. They go, we want a meetup. They're looking for production value. And they said, we want a meetup just for us. So schedule a meetup. And so the meetup wasn't organic in any way, shape, or form. It was scripted just for them. It's like we had just done a meetup in Los Angeles. Now I have to go back out again, and I'm staying in the hotel. I'm only 2 doors down from the National Geographic. I'm basically married to them for the weekend. And we were, this will give you the whole scripted thing. And the segment's on YouTube, on their channel. I can't even put it on my channel, which I love, right? Copyright stuff. Can't put it on my channel. No. And they will absolutely block it. So the non-reality part, I met the lady, the on-air talent, this young blonde South American woman. I met her for the first time 6 times. Which means it's like, all right, you're going to meet her. She's going to come across here and you're going to shake hands. Oh, hey, Mark, how's it going? Hey, okay, we're going to do it from this angle. And, our people are walking around just shaking their heads going, oh, man. Yeah. And we did take after take after freaking take with a very organic group of people. So no, nothing on television is real. Nothing at all. Nothing. So sorry, let me get to the crash and I'll go back to some nothings. So beginning of 2020, right? I just get back from the news, the morning show. and go all the way back to Seattle. And a guy from McDonald's calls me from London. He goes, okay, so we do a thing in the UK called Pancake Day. And I go, yeah. He goes, well, you get it, right? It's flat, it's round. And he goes, we can do a flatter tie-in. I go, okay, sure. And he goes, I'll send tickets. And in fact, he goes, you can bring a friend. It's like, all right, we'll make a little trip of it. And just before the tickets were issued, the lockdown. And that was the end of it. And once the lockdown, with all the borders got sealed off, and we had to deal with this BS for the last 18 or 15 months or so and change. So we were doing great, absolutely wonderful. I couldn't have been happier. 2019 was a banner freaking year for everybody. The whole Flat Earth community was doing really, really well. Now we do remote interviews. We did one conference. So like after we did Raleigh the first year, the conference you saw in the documentary, we did Denver the second year, which I protested and left early because Logan Paul was there. And the producer didn't even tell us that Logan Paul was going to be there, because Logan, if you know who that idiot is, he swore to secrecy. Anyway, and then the last year, or 2019, was Dallas. And that was a fantastic. So you'd think, this gives you kind of an arc. 2019, Jimmy Kimmel sent a team to punk us. Oh, that was fun. He ended up doing a 7-minute skit on us. And I actually felt pretty good about it, because I didn't know. What he did was he sent a full-blown team. It's like, okay, here's my guys. Told everyone he was sending people. But then he sends another guy dressed up as a flat earther that paid full price to get in. We didn't know who he was. And I was treating him just like everybody else. And people's like, how did you not know? I go, to be honest, man, because this guy was really over the top and drunk and wearing all sorts of flat earth memorabilia. I go, he wasn't the first worst flat earther I've seen even that week. I got seen worse.
That's so, I really, that bothers me.
Which part?
I know that it's what people do, and it's fine, and it's entertainment and all that. But just honestly, when someone has a belief that's different than yours, the need to attack them, that's something that we need to address. And I was talking to my friend, who's a fellow occultist, who's the next guest I'm going to have on the show, Bren. And we were talking about this the other day, and we were saying, the wonderful thing. Well, let me back up. Let me say, firstly, I practice a form of metaphysics called chaos magic that was introduced to the world by Peter Carroll, primarily in the early 70s. And one of the principal axioms of chaos magic is that nothing is true, everything is permitted. And the way that I take that is that your belief system, your experience of reality is going to conform to your beliefs about it. We are basically walking, talking computers, like super powerful computers. That's what a mind is. It's a computer more powerful than we can really comprehend right now. Right. And it's got programming, and that programming in part is your belief system, right? And that kind of brings us back to another teaching that I'm very familiar with and very active with, is the Hermetic principles. And the first Hermetic principle is that the all is mental, right? The universe is a mental construct. And this is demonstrable in neuroscience. Everything that you experience that you think is real, this desk, my coffee here, all this equipment, you think of it as being real and solid, but we know that it's made of atoms that are farther apart from each other than the totality of the mass of the atom. It's 99.9% empty space. Everything you experience is 99.9% empty space, 99.99999 actually. It's all constructed in your mind.
Yeah.
None of this is real. In fact, Donald Hoffman has a great series of videos about this, about how the mind constructs reality. And he refers to, physical objects in your three-dimensional space as icons, like icons on a desktop. And there's so much more happening around us than we're aware of, because we only interact with a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of the visible light spectrum and a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the sound spectrum, right? And again, this is going back to like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk talking about us being in a simulation or a hologram. Well, who's to say that I'm not decoding the simulation in a different way than you are?
Yeah.
Right? And that we aren't each experiencing reality in a way that's very unique to us.
Which in software is called instancing. Absolutely. Which is what we can do that in software now. And we've been we've been trying to perfect it for the last 20 years, which is what you see on the screen and what I see on the screen, even though we're supposedly looking at the exact same object, can look completely different to us. It is not hard to do.
That idea is espoused in so many ancient teachings, though. What is of one form and shape to one is not the same to another, and yet we believe that they are.
Remember the old saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's not just a saying. You wonder why some people, it's like, that's the most beautiful thing ever. And other people, it's like, oh my God, that's butt ugly. And come on, you're absolutely right. I mean, even little things like I joke that the best pictures of the year, whatever wins best picture back when it used to mean something, there were still people that write reviews say this thing was absolutely a piece of trash. And it's like, yeah, it won 9 Oscars, including best picture. It's like, yep, doesn't matter. I still hate it. And they genuinely hate it. Or the little things like the dress. Is the dress black or is it white? That was the one that really threw me. If you remember that, where you looked at the picture and 7 out of 10 people in the room would see a black dress with whatever tint, and the other one would see white. And they would be standing side by side, staring at the exact same image. And you could give them all polygraphs and they would all pass. It's like, what color is the dress? It's white. What color is the dress? It's black. In fact, at that point, who's lying?
Exactly. So as a sort of thought experiment, I was thinking about this in kind of preparation for our conversation, and I was doing this sort of thought experiment in my head. Let's say that you and I were the only 2 people on the Earth, and I say it's round and you say it's flat, and there is no third person to give an objective opinion. Now we live in divergent realities, and there is no consensus reality. It takes large groups of people with the same belief systems to create a consensus reality, right? And for the consensus reality for most of human history is that the world was flat. Right. I'm currently studying Norse paganism and the Norse myths, and one of the first things in the Norse myths is that the world is a great round, flat disc held up by Yggdrasil, the world tree. And, all the Abrahamic faiths had their own version of flat Earth. And the reason for that, obviously, in my opinion, is that experientially, the world is flat. You will never, ever experience the curvature of the Earth. There are certainly, clues. And again, to me, it takes too much suspension of disbelief for me personally to think the world is flat. And this has to do with me being a student of astrology as well. But astrology is actually geocentric. It does rely on there being space and planets. So, I mean, for me to say space is fake is kind of like, well, then everything I believe, right?
And I would politely disagree in that aspect, only that are there planets up there? Yes. Do they have to be millions and billions of light years away? No, they don't. I mean, again, when you go, the argument I've given to people over the years is when you walk into a planetarium, because I've had people say, amateur astronomers say, I've seen the moons of Jupiter through my telescope. I go, great, fantastic. Go to a planetarium, bring a pair of binoculars. Look at Jupiter. It's like, yep, I see it. You see the moons of Jupiter binoculars? Yep. Can you land on it? No. Why not? Well, because it's just a pretty image on the ceiling. I go, who's to say when you walk out of that building, you're just not in a much, much bigger building?
Right. And that brings me to, kind of, and for my listeners out there, like, let's go ahead and suspend our disbelief. Let's explore this because it's fun and it's just interesting. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Again, I'm just going to say this a couple times because it really pissed me off to see how many YouTube channels there are out there that exist solely to poke fun at you or be mean to you or say that you're an idiot. All of those people can go straight to hell, in my opinion. Right? Because
it's nice.
Well, what's the point?
There's come on,
hits and views, sure, but
there's a lot of hate out there. There's a lot of angry. You're old enough. I'm old enough. I was there when the first forums showed up on the internet, and I saw how ugly it got long before YouTube. Wait a minute, I can say whatever I want in this forum, and there's no repercustions at all. I can just rip into people. Then they'll never figure out who I am. The running joke on what was it, the Jay and Silent Bob movie, where they spent all their movie money and tracked down all these people and beat the shit out of them.
Oh yeah.
And well, you feel And you feel like that, but the same thing. The what I tell people, like, the T-shirt, I could make money off a T-shirt like this, which is, you've heard the saying, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that anymore. If you can't say something nice, you're probably in the YouTube forums. That's what happens. I mean, in fact, I ran into a video just the other day that went 384 thumbs up, no thumbs down. I thought it was a freaking miracle, but I knew it was our circles, so nobody found it. I'm sure somebody, but usually you can't even go 100 thumbs up without somebody coming in and doing a thumbs down. It's a point of pride for them. It's like, ooh, no thumbs down? Right on. Here we go. Thumbs down. And I'm going to comment. It's like, you suck. This sucks. Everything sucks. And your religion and your mom.
Yeah.
And they don't even know you.
And so back to, I realized I kind of trailed off and I do that, but back to this conversation I was having with my friend Bren.
Yeah.
We feel, she's also a chaos magician, when we feel that one of the great things that you learn through, working through metaphysical practices is that we don't believe in objective truth in the way that, most normal people do. And one of the great things about that is it gives you this ability. Okay, so I have no egoistic investment in proving you wrong. I just don't care. I don't have my own objective truth that you can threaten in a way that makes me react to you like that, to need to destroy you. And I think that that's what people have, this visceral reaction when you challenge their perception of reality, that, like, I'm going to fuck this person up because they've challenged my perception of reality. And when you have the ability to say, I don't need to do that to somebody, then it gives you the ability to sit down and listen to them and listen to their reality, and maybe take in something new or learn something, or like even just, go off on a little adventure in your head. Why not?
The Neo principle does kind of apply here, which is, with every other conspiracy, you don't have to look at it. You don't look at JFK or 9/11 or Pearl Harbor or the moon. You don't have to look at that stuff. There are secrets that can be buried in the desert, and you never have to deal with it, ever. Wow, the sun came out. Go figure. So however, when it comes to this, in fact, I remember there's a call-in show where I had an older gentleman called in this show, and he goes, "How dare you? How dare you tell me the world isn't what I think it is?" And that's really what it comes down to. It's like, this is not something you can ignore it, but you can't run away from it, because once it's in your head, it's going to rattle around like a marble in a paint can, and you got to resolve it one way or the other. It's like, you either got to say, nope, not going to look at it and just hope to God it doesn't rattle too much, or you got to deal with it. And that's where people get the 5 stages of acceptance absolutely apply with this topic. Denial, anger, well, almost hand in hand, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance. Everybody goes through it. It's the most unsatisfying thing of our community, in that there's so many people that once they get in, once they flip, because once they become a flat earther, they forget the journey. They forget all that time it took, whether it's 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and they think, you know what? I've got it. I understand it. I can convince my friends and family in an hour, or maybe over Thanksgiving dinner. And so every day or every year during the holidays, I have to say, don't go to Thanksgiving and drop this on people. It's going to backfire. It's going to go really, really horrible. You might as well tell your family, you're a gay heroin addict that is now going into, that's changing the religion. That you might as well be all those 3 things. The families aren't going to react well in most cases. And we've seen divorces. We've seen families that not veiled threats of institutionalize, whatever. So yeah, sorry. Anyway. And
the same thing happens along the spiritual path. That's certainly true. It's not exactly the same, but when you have a spiritual awakening experience, and you go from maybe being an atheist to someone who understands that there's another side to reality, it's so jarring, and you want to tell all your friends about it. Let's say you met your spirit guide and you had an experience that was profound to you. You want to go tell everybody, but they're all going to look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah,
they all are, and that's okay. Part of accepting that is your growth. And spirituality is about growth, and you need to grow to the point where you realize, like, other people don't have the same beliefs as you, and that's okay. In fact, everybody has some kind of divergent belief, and they probably don't talk about it a lot. But you could sit next to your closest friend, and I'll bet that somewhere in there is a belief that would separate you, if you were to really explore it. But that's okay, right? We're 8 billion individuals, and we have the right to have our own ideas and beliefs and the ways that we experience the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't blame people for coming at us. I mean, it's the most polarizing topic I've ever seen. It's the only thing we debunk to children. You put the globe in the classroom and you leave it there for 12 years. It's a really powerful thing. I mean, the CIA would pay good money for that sort of conditioning. And it's secondary only to the flag, meaning the flag is in the corner of the classroom. That's there for 12 years. And at the end of your 12 years, there's people that join the military partially based on the fact they're staring at that flag so long. It's like, this is where I live. Globe, what's the difference? This is where I live. And then all of a sudden we come along and say, yeah, that's not where you live. People it's almost like telling somebody, I've seen it. It's almost like telling somebody when they're 30 or older that they're adopted. Yeah. It's that sort of power, because all of a sudden, and if it clicks at all, they have to revisit it because it ripples back in time to where all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, that globe has been with me since I was in knee highs. Think people say that anymore? Doesn't really matter. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just remember, when I had my initial spiritual awakening experience. Now, I had been an occultist since I was a teenager, studying the occult and occult sciences, astrology, tarot, things like that. But when I had the first really powerful experience, it was only in 2018, and I went through all those stages of, this is real. Like, I've just discovered this thing. I need to tell everybody. Okay, people don't want to hear about this. Okay, this is about personal growth, and you just move through those stages. Anyways, so on to the next thing I want to do here, Mark, is I want to kind of throw out some other conspiracies that I've been involved with in my life or been interested in, and ask you kind of how flat Earth would work with these other ideas that I'm very interested in. So the first one is Atlantis. I think that, how does the story of Atlantis fit in with flat Earth? What do you think about that?
I have no problem. Honestly, there are so very few. I'll preface it with this. There are so very few conspiracies that don't dovetail into flat Earth. Because remember, flat Earth means we're in this giant snow globe and everything is inside it, including every other civilization. I remember the first 6 or 7 seasons of Ancient Aliens on DVD. I was one of the few people that actually went out and bought them. And I still enjoy them to this day. I think they're really great. I think they leave out some stuff, but I think it's interesting.
That's the next one I was going to ask you about.
Oh yeah, we'll do the Atlantis thing first, which is Atlantis. Look, we are not. I have said this for 6 years. We are not the first people to rent this apartment, not by any stretch. Mm-hmm. And we are very arrogant. Science is really good about not acknowledging that. It's like, nope, it's just us. Anything before us is pure speculation. And what science loves doing is everything is a myth until we say it's not. And the most obvious, of course, those would be like cryptozoology. People don't get how science just drags their heels. I mean, the giant panda was a myth and they laughed at it until they found one. The giant anaconda was a myth. The giant squid was an absolute myth. Still can't catch one of those suckers. We're never gonna. They're too fast. They're too fast. They dive faster and better.
I personally believe that there's bigger things down there. I mean, we don't know much about the ocean. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. There's so many things but science. The point is that science digs in their heels. The coelacanth fish, which I love bringing up to people. I talked about in my 2018 speech, which was. It's been extinct for 70 million years, at least 70 million years, extinct. Then they caught one off a net off of South Africa, and then one off of Madagascar, and then Mozambique, and then pretty soon they figured out basically they're all over the place outside of Africa. But if you would have asked any scientist in 1940, to bet the freaking farm on it, they all would have. They laughed and then laughed and laughed. And then once they figured out finally it was real, they had to reevaluate everything and say, just make up terms. It's like, no, it's a living fossil. It's in an evolutionary state of stasis. And it's like, now you're just making it up. It's like,
yeah, you can't just say, okay, we were wrong. It's there.
Yeah, my saying, which is the opposite of Neil's, is like, science is only true until the day it's not. They put their stamp on it. That's the thing that pisses me off about science, which is, it's like the giant panda. We're going to laugh at you. We're going to laugh at you. Oh, wow, look, there's a giant panda. Well, it's part of science now.
Yeah, and that's how I personally, of course I'm biased, and I'm perfectly willing to be biased. That's how I feel it's going to happen with astrology. This is to me, this is a demonstrable fact. But there's nothing you could do to convince me that astrology is not legitimate. I've spent too many years noticing that this is legitimate. And I actually spent a lot of the years kind of being like, yeah, maybe, until I dug really deep into it. And I'm like, oh, definitely.
And there's a lot of people in our community that absolutely are into astrology. No question.
Well, like I said, it's geocentric. It does have that in common with flat Earth, and I found that to be interesting. And I figured that out through watching the documentary. I think that's interesting. There's always, you can always find shared beliefs. People, even when you don't share their beliefs, you can find common ground.
So I'm sorry, what was the next one? That is interesting.
But yeah, so the next one I was going to bring up, and this is the one that really, because I spent many years, like you, I don't own the DVDs, but I've seen every single episode of Ancient Aliens. Yeah. I watch that show religiously. I love it. I'm not going to say I believe this, but I'm going to say I love the show.
It's a well done. In fact, I remember talking to producers a couple of years ago, and I said, if you want to turn Flat Earth into a show, I go follow the Ancient Aliens format.
I'm surprised you don't have your own show on the History Channel, to be perfectly honest.
Why? Because the producers are scared they're scared to death. I can't tell you how many, you'll get backlash, even with your channel. You'll get backlash from people that say, how dare you even give them a platform?
Oh, yeah, I know. I spoke to my buddy about that. He was saying, I really want to talk to Mark Sargent. And I said, should I do it? And he's like, of course you should do it, you fucking wuss. You know what I mean? Like, but he's right. He's been in the public eye before. He's like, you can't be afraid of the backlash.
I've had everyone from television producers to network producers to Alex Jones. Alex Jones was nervous to do the show. Their producers said, how long can we do a show on Flat Earth without actually saying the words Flat Earth? And I go, 10 minutes, maybe. If I dance around, they go, yeah, sorry, we can't do it. We can't risk the audience. Yeah. So Ancient Aliens, the format of the show, I think is brilliant, and I think it could be applied for anything. And I absolutely said, look, all you have to do is take out the word Ancient Aliens, replace it with Flat Earth, and then follow the script as normal with a narrator, and just send the people around. As I go, there's your show. I mean, it's a proven formula. It absolutely will work. I mean, they ran for freaking ever.
Well, it requires a whole lot of suspension of disbelief to buy into the ancient alien theory as well. But there's so much evidence that is so interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you wonder. And I think that people need to have that wonder in their lives. It's part of being mentally healthy, actually.
At the end of that show, they don't beat you over the head with it. It's always this open-ended question. It's always, could Puma Punku and the ruins that lie therein prove ancient aliens? And they just kind of trail off. That's how it ends. It's like, they're not going to tell you. It's like, it proves it, or you're stupid if it, or maybe possibly not. No, they just leave it to you.
And that's the way it should be. A person should be completely open to and comfortable with believing what they believe. And everyone out there who's listening, you should know you definitely believe something that someone will think you're crazy for. So I mean, that's all right.
And I love the Ancient Alien show. And do I believe in a lot of the stuff they did? Yeah, I do.
A lot of it's very compelling.
I love the ruins that aren't underwater. I mean, yes, the sunken cities off of Japan and the sunken cities off of India, which you're never going to look at well because of the currents. But Puma Punku, I think, is an amazing site. And who knows? It probably is just some meaningless thing in the it's probably just a stupid little construction site from way back. But to us, it's absolutely intriguing. Or those wonderful rocks that seem to be melted together in the hills in Peru. I think.
Because we believe as a society, as a species, as a culture, not obviously not everyone, but the majority of us, I think, believe that civilization started 7,000 years ago.
Oh yeah,
and then now Göbekli Tepe is completely pushing that back to, I believe 12,000 years, right? And it's going to get pushed back again. This is what we're going to discover, is that it keeps getting pushed back farther and farther and farther, and we're going to realize that we don't know shit.
No, we don't. No, we don't. History is, I believe, lost on a regular basis. And then once it's lost, people don't. I'll give you a great example. I was thinking about, imagine modern day. Here's how fast things can go downhill to where you lose all that. Let's say there is some sort of apocalypse, not this virus crap, an actual apocalypse. And the military goes into their bunkers, Cheyenne Mountain, right? Great. They go in the mountains and they lock themselves in there. In less than a generation, you lose almost all relevant education. And in a couple generations, you could lose language. You could lose a lot of stuff because we are on a foundation of basically stained glass. It is very precarious where we are. We could go backwards in such a quick amount of time. There was a great movie, well, unless you don't like Tom Cruise, Oblivion, where Tom Cruise and the clones, where the big giant weird satellite in the sky that was basically sucking the oceans out. And there was only Tom Cruises running around, and Morgan Freeman was alive. Of course, Morgan Freeman, he was alive to tell the tale. And he was trying to regale of how the things that happened, what Earth was like beforehand. But you could tell there had only been like 40 years or so. And in that 40 years, everything was gone. So here's what I'm getting at. Meaning the kids that grew up in that, if all of a sudden Cheyenne Mountain opens up and helicopters start flying out, they have no idea what they're looking at. They don't have books. They didn't reference anything. It's like, what the hell are those things? So when it comes to old versions of us, the ancient aliens, which I don't think are aliens, I just think they're old versions of us. I'm
very open to that possibility as well. It's one of the most compelling arguments because I think that what the show demonstrates. I don't think that the show Ancient Aliens. I hate the word proof. I don't think anything's really provable. Like there's consensus reality, right? Not really proof. But I don't think that Ancient Aliens proves anything about aliens, but it does, to me, prove that human civilization is not, well, we don't know much about it. The pyramids, for example, that's a matter of technology, not hard work. Those could not have been built without advanced technology. And
you're absolutely
really obvious.
I went to the pyramids just because of that statement.
I'm so jealous. Oh, it's on my bucket list. I've been to Teotihuacan in Mexico, climbed to the top, sat there. It was beautiful, felt the energy, but I've never been to Egypt, and it's definitely on my bucket list.
I had heard too many people say that if you see the pyramids, you look at it and you know the little factoids in your head about what the hell you're looking at. But the point is that when you look at these pyramids and you spin around and you look at Cairo now, you're going, yeah, these guys had nothing to do with the building of this.
Exactly. It's not something we could replicate now with all of our technology and our machines. No. We couldn't do it. We could not replicate those pyramids in their perfection or in their size or the scope of the project. We could not do it.
We could go on about this. I mean, the fact that there's not a single hieroglyphic that even explains anything of how it was built. And you know full well, look, all the pharaohs did is like, oh, it took us 30 years. It's like, yeah, how'd you do it? It took us 30 years. What? Or the fact that the most notable thing that everyone seems to miss is the fact that the Sphinx was obviously a lion, that they took the head and just and turned it into a pharaoh's head, because the pharaoh's head is way too small for the body.
Yeah, it was obviously been modified. And if it was a lion,
then what was the climate?
Yeah, if it was a lion, and Dr. Robert Schoch is correct, and the correct age of the Sphinx is 12,000 years. Yeah. Well, 12,000 years ago, that lion would have been facing directly at the constellation of Leo.
Oh, good.
Very
and would it have been a savanna out there as well? Would it even have been a desert?
No, it would have been green at the time, and there would have been massive rainfall. And that's one of the arguments that Robert Schoch makes, is that there's water erosion on the Sphinx that dates it to 12,000 years.
Well, one more thing about Ancient Aliens, because I want to mention that even that show pulls back. Meaning that I think there are, we'll call them the lower level puppet masters, because there was an instance in that show, which I can only call it later, because the greatest UFO sighting, in my opinion, was the 1561 Nuremberg event, if you know about it. And there's a wonderful woodcut. I mean, anyone who doesn't know the story, anyone listening to this, beautiful April morning, Nuremberg, Germany, 1561, not a cloud in the freaking sky, two giant space aircraft carriers just show up over town and start going at it, just slugfest, and for a solid hour, just a freaking solid hour, and just hammering on each other. I mean, hour is a long time in terms of air battle, to where, and granted, there were no cameras, but there was fully enough for a sketch artist, to start drawing stuff. People are having their breakfast, finishing their breakfast. They're where were they?
I've seen the paintings. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's woodcuts. There's look it up if you get a chance. It's wonderful. However, here's where it gets interesting. The part that Ancient Aliens, they did a little segment on this. The part they left out was the most interesting part, which was after that hour, a single giant angular black ship comes in, a third faction, pulls in right between them and stops. Those two groups scatter. Friggin' leave as fast as humanly possible. And then that ship stays there for a while and then leaves. And the reason why Ancient Aliens didn't bring that up is it gives it way more credibility, because it's almost too credible for the show. Meaning, okay, there's three questions. One, who the hell were those guys that were that pulled in? Are they the UN? Are they the police? Two, why were the other two groups, which outnumbered this ship, and they had fighters, why weren't they prepared to duke it out? Why? Obviously scared to death of them. And three, what sort of response time is an hour? An hour is, I could fire gunshots out this window. I'm on an island in the middle of nowhere. There will cops be here in under 10 minutes. An hour, and you're having a full military engagement and nobody shows up for a full hour? The hierarchy questions, just wonderful stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And
but they left that part out.
Yeah.
They let that part out of the show.
I do think that they've presented some evidence on that show that is so compelling, though. It's undeniable. Like, for example, all of these ancient paintings that have depictions of UFOs in them. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
It's unreal. And it's like, you look at these paintings, and this is one of the most interesting things about the human brain, is that your brain will just edit it out because it doesn't really want you to see it. It's not relevant to you. And so just like that car in Lord of the Rings, having watched the movie 100 times and never once noticed the car, your brain has this filter effect where it doesn't pick up on things that aren't relevant to what you think you're experiencing.
You're focused on the hobbits. You're not looking anywhere in that part of the screen. You're not going to look in that part of the screen. There's no reason for you to look up in that screen.
But these depictions of UFOs are like everywhere in ancient artwork.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere. And in fact, so this is one of the ideas that I had. Okay. And again, I sat there and I suspend my disbelief and I said, what if the world really is flat? Yeah. And then I remembered the story of Nibiru and the Anunnaki and kind of some of the creation myths. And one of them, there's a story that Nibiru, has this long orbit, comes around every 3,600 years, I believe. And in one instance, it actually struck the Earth. Well, that could account for the creation of the moon. And, in this creation myth, the planet that Nibiru strikes is Tiamat. And Tiamat was this giant watery planet. Right. And what if they just smash right into Tiamat? And this is a disaster. And they're this advanced civilization. They're like, shit, what are we going to do? We can't let this whole planet full of people and living things just die. So maybe there's a chunk left of it in outer space, right? And they put a dome on it. Save it. Dome it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've heard this. Yeah.
Yeah. Stick a dome right on top of the piece of Tiamat that's left.
Sure.
And that's kind of, what in preparation for our thing here, I just kind of drew the dome while I'm taking my notes. And I thought, that at very least is an excellent sci-fi story.
Oh yeah,
and I'm open to anything, man. One of the things that I think about sometimes when I look outside and I look at the sky, especially if I see a really beautiful sunset, really beautiful clouds, it looks like a painting. Yeah, it's too beautiful to be real.
Years ago, I was thinking about when I was doing the video game stuff, what the difference was between the worlds which we were building and this world, and really just came down to a few senses and better resolution. The artwork, we've got the artwork now. We can make people that look better than real people, that actually, but it's something we've been striving for a long time. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, we can get into it later, but there are things now that just scream to me. The reason why I like talking about simulations, and you're one of the few people that I get to talk about it a little bit with, is that the general public doesn't understand it, even now.
Right. They don't believe that the simulation can ever be more real than reality. But this is absolutely possible.
They don't get, some of them don't even get the basic concepts. Look, The Matrix is 22 years old now. It's old. And they didn't get the first time. They didn't get the 13th floor. They didn't get all the versions of the 13th floor all the way up to that point. So I say that I have to start out with the basic concept, which is like, look, the world's flat. However, it's probably enclosed. And if it's flat and it's closed, it's probably digital. And, you're taking big leaps. And if people can get that far, most people can't. Most people, they just do not get it, because the virtual reality to them, they think, oh, it's computers and techie stuff, and I can't even, get my Windows to update.
Well, it's interesting because, you could go say, I think this is all simulation, 10 years ago, and everyone would be like, okay, and treat you exactly like you're saying the world's flat. Same thing. But Elon Musk now says it's a simulation. Everyone's like, yep, it's a simulation. Elon Musk said so it's a simulation.
Yeah, well, you haven't read any of the stuff I've done recently, but Elon and I do not like that man just because.
Really?
No, and it's only because he represents something that has always bugged me in the media, and that is when you become a billionaire, you can say whatever you want and the media will publish it. No matter, because it's like the money, for whatever reason, the money automatically gives you instant credit, but it doesn't matter where the money came from, right? You ask anyone, it's like who founded Tesla Motors? Oh, Elon Musk. Nope, he bought Tesla Motors. Like, did he found SpaceX? Yeah, kinda. It's like, well, okay, where'd he get his money? I go, he was one of the early IPO guys. He helped develop PayPal. That's his claim to fame. And he now gets to any statement. Sorry, I don't want to go off on too much of a jag on Elon. If you love him, hey, great, fantastic.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, I do think he's great, but I'm not offended by opposing views. And I think that's the problem with the world, is that people are out there, they get offended by absolutely everything. And if you say something they don't agree with, they're going to fight you about it. I'm not going to.
Oh, no. In my case, the reason why he caught my attention was back in 2017 when I read this headline where he said, oh, I'm going to take 2 tourists around the moon and back. We're not going to land. We're just going to fly around the moon, like, a Sunday drive. And we're going to do it in the middle of 2018. I remember just stopping dead in my tracks when I was reading this article. It's like, that's the most aggressive space timeline I've ever heard in my life. I go, it's so far out there. It's like, why are you even publishing this story? I go, you don't have a rocket. You don't have a capsule. You don't have a crew. You don't have who the hell are your passengers? It's like, what are you doing? And of course it did not happen. And then I started looking into the other stuff where he just it's almost like he's a futurist, but the claim, he could even make futurists blush. It's like, I'm going to make a high-speed rail line from Los Angeles to San Francisco. No, I'm going to make a special plane that's going to go from U.S. to China in 2 hours. It's going to cost as much as a business class ticket. No, I'm going to save those kids in that cave with my little submarine. No, I'm going to solve the Puerto Rico power problem after the hurricane with my special solar generators. No, he doesn't. Nothing happened, and then all of a sudden. And the SpaceX moon thing didn't happen. And all of a sudden, he gets this contract with NASA, and he's now the main guy to the ISS and never has a problem, just goes up. They don't even wear suits anymore. They go up with in polo shirts and khakis. And it's like, they're not even trying. They're not even freaking trying. Watch the last mission. I'm going beforehand. They said they had their suits in the Dragon capsule and then they took them off. Now they're not even showing them, and they're literally just wearing polo shirts. It's like, can people buy it because it's on the news? Whatever. Anyway, sorry. So no, Elon is not.
Okay, it's very interesting.
Seriously, every time he makes a comment. So when he was making the virtual reality comment, which was interesting because he was in a group of people, and the fact that all those other scientists, oh yeah, very well. Well, sure, because the quantum computing thing is starting to really grab hold, and it's like, oh, there could be other realities. It's like, you think? We talk
there
about
absolutely are. We live in a quantum universe with many worlds, and I think that's I think that any physicist has come to that conclusion. The many worlds interpretation of quantum physics is the most likely, and it fits in with this simulation theory, and it fits in with a lot of sort of like I was going back to the Hermetic principles of mentalism and consciousness, and the way that you as an individual, the reality, the universe that you exist in is a creation of your own mind, and so as many minds as there are, that's how many universes there are, at least.
Yeah. I mean, the FDR saying from World War II, which was only tell the people as much truth as they can handle and no more, because the general public cannot handle, the Jack Nicholson line, you can't handle the truth. That is true though. The general public can't take it. We'll look at Roswell.
I would say, yes, but I would say also that if I'm right, if my way of thinking is right, then, some of the most powerful people in the world or in antiquity even may have understood that there is no such thing as objective truth. And so they have to create a sort of consensus reality. We need everyone to agree on what we say is the truth so that this situation can become manageable, right? This coexisting together on a planet needs to be manageable. And so if we can get everyone to kind of believe one thing, and that's what every religion is trying to do, is sell you a prepackaged view of reality.
Conformity builds empires.
Yeah, exactly. But if everyone were aware that they're manifesting their own experience of reality and they could make it into whatever they want it to be, then you got a disaster at your hands potentially. If people knew how powerful they were as individuals to tailor and create their own experience of reality. In fact, in the documentary, towards the end, the science writer guy is saying, where are you constructing your reality? And in my head, I'm like, everywhere. Everyone is constructing their reality everywhere. That's how it works. You just don't realize that you're doing it.
Yeah. Yep. Totally with you.
And that's like becoming aware of the simulation, or, is sort of a Buddhist saying, is becoming awake within the dream. Yeah. You realize that this isn't what it seems, that this is all not what it seems.
If conformity builds empires, though, then the puppet masters, I get it. I'm one of those few people in the conspiracy world that I understand the greater good. I put myself in the other person's shoes. It's like, okay, why are you doing this exactly? And if I agree with what you're doing, do the ends justify the horrible means? The Spock line, needs of the many, needs of the few. But would the public benefit? So people say, well, okay, why didn't you tell people? Why didn't the people know? Why didn't they just tell them when they figured it out in 1960? Which is, by the way, in my opinion, how long it took them to even figure out the world was a snow globe or was a building. We didn't know. We didn't have the tech until 1960 to figure it out. Do you tell the general public? No, you don't. Not in 1960. You don't. They could barely hang on. They were barely hanging on as it was. The Cold War was in full effect, even though that I think was kind of an illusion. So can you tell them now? Yeah, maybe, but use it to your advantage. I think it was one of those decisions was made along probably the shortest smoking man X-Files movie or meeting ever, in the dark room, whatever. It's like, okay, what do we do? Do we tell them? No, really bad things could happen. Let's just hold on to this until we can spin it into our direction, until the infrastructure is in place. And now here we are,
I do definitely think that is part of what happens with so many of these conspiracies, and particularly from my point of view regarding UFOs and let's say the moon landing also, because I've kind of expressed how I feel about that. I feel like once they get stuck in a lie, it's like, okay, well, we'll tell them the truth someday, but just not right now. They can't handle it right now, right? Because they don't want the responsibility of we have to say we lied to you. Yeah. And they can say forever, we'll tell them later, but it'll always be later.
The only way you could get out of that is if you had, there's a couple things that are bigger than flat Earth. One would be the existence of another civilization coming to light. And they could show up, and
I think that could happen at any minute. Look at how many UFOs we've seen lately.
Yeah.
They're starting to really talk about it.
And if they showed up, all they'd have to do, even whether it's real or not, is just say, okay, just so you know, we told all the governments not to say anything. That's it. And it's like they're off the hook. And then say, look, the aliens told them. And it's like, well, what are you going to do? If it was under threat or for promise or whatever. But anyway, do I think that the public is ready for something now? Yeah, I do. I think we're in the middle of something really bizarre. Anyway, sorry.
We are definitely in the middle of something really bizarre. And, from my perspective, I kind of think of it as the Great Awakening. People are waking up to the truth. I'm not going to tell you what that truth is because I don't know. And I believe it's extremely arrogant to say I know the truth, right? For anybody, no matter what. You may be the closest person to the truth, but What even is truth? Right. But I definitely think that people all around the world are waking up to the realization that things are not what they seem. Yeah. And it's one of the most interesting times to be alive in the history of humanity for that reason. All of these, ancient prophecies are becoming interesting to us again. We're getting interested in consciousness and in evolution and in realizing that things aren't necessarily what they seem. And I'm not even necessarily a proponent of the simulation theory, but I think it's fascinating that people are open to this and that they're realizing that their experience of reality is not as simple as it's made out to be. So what about the face on Mars? What do you think about that?
I think it's a reinforcement story, like everything else in space. So you could lump the face on Mars with the hexagram on the top of Saturn and the weird spots changing in Jupiter or reclassifying Pluto or whatever you want, whatever it is, because the subtext is always the same, which is look at Mars as something interesting because you're on a globe. Jupiter, globe, Saturn, globe. Everything is to remind you you're in space. And if you're in space, then you're on a globe. You're in the sphere. By the way, we never use the word round when we're talking about the world. It's always sphere or ball or globe, because round can be a dinner plate. It can be your dining room table. Technically, it could be a hubcap, two-dimensional type thing. Sure. But so, yeah, the face on Mars is just another interesting. Do I think it's real? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not, but either way, you're not going to get there.
So do you think that it's possible, and I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah.
If the dome is transparent, or if you can't see it, can we see through it and not know that we're looking right through it, like we're looking through a window?
I could go either way on that, but for me, it is the line is there space as we know it? No, I literally do not think it's any different than a planetarium. Meaning, when you look up in the sky at the planetarium, yes, it's wonderful.
But it's a display system.
It is the sky that we know. When I go outside, the sky that you see is just this fantastically wonderful clock system that predates language. That's all it is. It's just a really ornate clock that tells you when things are going to happen. If you hang out long enough and you write things down, you can figure out where things happen. And what was that movie, Apocalypto? It's like, if you know when eclipse is going to happen, you can freak people out with it and start a whole religion just off of that. So, do I think we can see past it? No, I don't. But am I going to completely deny it? Nope. Because I don't know. But do I think there's space? No, because I don't think there has to be space. Meaning, if we're one world at a time, if we're inside a giant building, could there be other worlds outside of here? Yeah, but it doesn't have to be millions of light years between us.
So you're saying that we could be in a completely self-contained reality.
Absolutely.
With nothing outside of that.
Yeah, well, meaning we could be in a snow globe sitting next to on a desk of a lab next to other snow globes.
I've always loved so much and always thought this is just right on point with how I think. If you remember the end of the very first Men in Black movie with the alien playing
the marble,
rolls the marble, and it's our entire universe, I think that's not unlikely at all. Some type of scenario that plays out like that.
Why would it be? There was a line. I think it could have even been Carl Sagan, where he was saying that the universe is beautiful, but he goes, it seems like an awful waste of space. Meaning, there's a huge amount of kind of like the atom, again, micro, macro. A huge amount of space doesn't have anything in it, and people. Again, because it's not in our visual spectrum, people don't understand, which is why I have a hard time explaining to people the difference between our atmosphere and a vacuum, because to our eyes, it seems exactly the same, but it's absolutely not the same. We can't see it. So, anyways,
there's things all around us that we can't see.
Yeah. Do I think we're in a self-contained snow globe building? Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
So, Mark, does religion play a role in this for you?
Yeah, it does. I say that with some dread in my voice because I did not know that when I got into this, that half of our members would be strong Christians.
Well, yeah.
And the reason is that when I was doing the clues, as a matter of fact, and I was raised in an evangelical Christian family, born again. Church was not a Sunday thing. It was Saturday. It was Wednesdays. It was youth group. It was Bible camp. All sorts of fun stuff. And I fell away from the church when I got into tech, obviously, and went off and I grew up on an island right up here, and very, very sheltered. So, but the point was, when I started making the original clues, which they did not talk about in the documentary, they avoided the religion thing completely. They were not going to talk about church and state. This group was really. Well,
how is state even involved? I mean, it's
you know what I mean.
Documentary, yeah. They just don't want to go there.
Sorry. Separation between church and media.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, we were. Well, that's a whole nother story.
Well, I mean, just to interject with my own conspiracy theory, because I think one of the things that is obviously happening in the world today, and I'm not trying to say Neil deGrasse Tyson is like an evil person or anything like that, or any scientist is evil, but I do think that there's an attack on spirituality that's been going on for hundreds of years, maybe not hundreds. I mean, a long time. I don't know. I'm 37.
That is the biggest reason, by the way, the flat Earth thing has had a hard time, which is that aside from the academics and the economics, it's the spiritual side of things, which is if you all of a sudden acknowledge to the world that that you're giving leverage to the 5 major houses of religion, right? Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity. You're giving them all simultaneous leverage against scientists and beating them over the head with textbooks for at least 5 centuries, right? Building up the scientism institution. If you do that, if you let them do that, science will never recover. It'll get ugly in a hurry. It'll be like, okay, so you were really wrong about this big thing. Let's revisit some other stuff like, I don't know, evolution, carbon dating, the Big Bang Theory, dark matter, time and space, you name it. It'll get ugly.
And I think that's also a part of why, Ancient Aliens is mocked in the way it is, even though millions of people love the show and it's been on for 11 or 12 or I don't know how many seasons now. Yeah, they have to. It seems like, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here, okay? Giorgio, if you're out there listening, I'm a huge fan, but it seems like they go out of their way to make him seem ridiculous.
Oh, the Giorgio memes are priceless.
I mean, even like the way that they present him on the show. It's like they're making the show, but they also it's almost like a parody of itself sometimes.
Yeah.
The way that people are presented. And I think it seems a little insidious to me, I gotta say.
It is. I mean, part of it's giving the people what they want. I mean, they want him to seem a little out there. But also, remember, I don't think they want to give the show too much credibility.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they have to, it seems too credible. Fix Giorgio's hair.
His hair is brilliant. always. Like, no, his hair's going to be higher. You're too credible.
Yeah. Anyway, am I the only one who thinks that?
No, you're not. The meme, that's the first thing I look at in every meme. It's always the same freaking shot of him with those glazed eyes.
Please do my show. If you're listening to this, please come on the show.
I'm sorry. So the religion thing, the reason why before I even finished the clues, the entire Christian community were coming at me and saying, you have not addressed God. You're dancing around this. You have to address this. It's like, okay. So I did a clue called They Are Hiding God. And that's what I went into. And immediately the Christian community latched on to flat Earth and applied it to the Bible, and they went through it with a fine-tooth comb. There's a wonderful website out there called testingtheglobe.com by a guy named Rob Skiba, and they all came back and they said, yeah, it's a flat Earth book with the exception of one verse, and one verse only. And as you know, the Bible is kind of thick, a lot of verses in there. One verse, Isaiah 40:22, which says, he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth. But in the ancient Hebrew, circle is not ball, it's not sphere, it's not globe. It's completely different. If you're a pastor, and I've seen this now over the last few years, the pastor gets up, you are scared to death to go to your congregation. That's got to be the toughest one ever, and say, oh yeah, by the way, we're going back to flat. The backlash would be amazing. There are mega churches that are thrown our people out because they talk about it openly in their small group meetings. So, and you can't, they're holding on to Isaiah 40:22 like it's got veto power over everything. I don't know, like Genesis. The firmament, separating the waters above and the waters below. The Wernher von Braun on his headstone in the cemetery, it's the year he was born, the year he died, and it says Psalms 19:1. I didn't know it's Psalms 19:1. I had to look it up. You know what it says? And the firmament shows his handiwork. It's like, wow, that's kind of cool. It's like, why would you say that, Werner? I'm sorry,
yeah,
Werner. That's a weird one. Joshua, the story of how Joshua asked God to hold the sun in the sky for an extra day so he could slay more enemies. Well, that's way easier to do if you're just pitting paws on the sky. Trying to do that with a solar system. Oh, that'd turn into a nightmare. The second coming, where everyone's supposed to see him simultaneously. That doesn't work on a ball. And I got into an argument with a guy on a radio show who called in and says, well, no, anyone's on the other side of the globe will have to see him through a cell phone. It's like, really? That's your argument? Because Jesus is going to be seen, really, second coming, you're going to view it through a cell phone? Really? I mean, I'm sure some people will. But anyway, the point was they all came back, the same thing, your religion question, and they all came back and said, yeah, it's a flat earth book. And immediately the community, they were integrated into where we have conference, well, we did before last year. We had conferences that were dedicated Christian flat earth conferences, which I couldn't even attend that because I wasn't Christian enough. I was not, burning with the fire.
But isn't that cool, though, that don't you feel, I'm not trying to tell you how to feel, sorry, but I think it's cool that you've inspired this other group of people who have a shared reality or shared belief with you, but kind of take it in their own direction. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's cool. No, don't get me wrong. I just never, it was one of those things I did not look for. I had a discussion with somebody recently where they said, well, in social media, you should be proud of this. I go, yeah, but in social media, first off, the people who are doing social media are usually much, much younger. And that's what they set out to do. I mean, TikTok was invented and Instagram and Snapchat to cultivate this very, under 25-year-old market. And I didn't want to do this. All I wanted to do was answer some questions. And I was asking the internet to help me. Now, great that it turned into this weird multi-tentacle thing that has now become way bigger than I ever thought it would be.
Yeah, and that's awesome, man. I just got to say, I think that is so cool because I just fucking love weird ideas. And I think that we should proliferate weird ideas because the universe is weird, man. None of this makes sense. It's nuts. This is a strange existence that we are participating in. And I think that, the great thing about the internet is you can get your weird ideas out there.
And most of the stuff doesn't resonate, but some stuff does. And the producers are quick to tell you about lightning in a bottle, which is you don't know. You do not. There are so many stories in the media world where, there was a great, if you ever follow The Simpsons, the season 4, I believe, where the I didn't do it kid, where Bart became
back when The Simpsons was good.
Yeah, back when The Simpsons was good in season 4, where Krusty was just about ready to push him out of the studio and face first into the gutter. Right? He was going to tell him, it's like you absolutely do not have. He was going to say it right what it takes, and as he's pushing him out the door. All these photographers is, look, it's the I didn't do it kid, right? And they're and it's like, and he immediately grabs him back and he says, I own him and all his subsidiary rights. and that was the beginning of the show. Yeah. But you don't know. And so in this case, I honestly, people say, oh, you did it for the fame and the money and the girls and the drugs and the rock and roll lifestyle. It's like, yeah, okay, first off, that doesn't happen. And second,
what's interesting is that kind of seems like why Matt Boylan does it, and I gotta say
exactly
that's kind of what I gotta say from watching. I watched some of his videos in preparation for this interview, and of course I saw him in the documentary. And that guy seems like I wouldn't invite him to be on this show.
He was an actor.
I invite you to be on this show because you seem like somebody who's like articulate and polite and nice and smart, and you just want to talk about this thing that you believe in. And I love that. He seems like, this was my idea, man. I came up with it, and blah,
Oh my God!
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna reel this. Let me take that back a little bit because he seems like he's not well.
He isn't well.
He seems like he's off, and You know,
I felt bad for him when it was really weird dealing with Matt, because every producer wanted to talk to him because he is fascinating on camera. He's an artist. His paintings are amazing.
Yes, they are. I saw some of his work and it's incredible.
However, as you know, with artists, it usually comes at a price.
Well, genius and madness are
there's some madness there, and no question. But at the same time, I'm sorry, real short. His goal wasn't the rock and roll lifestyle. His goal was the freaking, not even David Koresh. It was Jim Jones type of lifestyle. He wanted to buy an island somewhere and populate it with a harem and, you know, plant fruit trees and like give sermons and have him, you know, do monologues every night. And he is so, I mean, he fled Canada. He was in Hollywood for a while. He was did a little acting and didn't really break out. And then just kind of, I don't know, just went back to Canada and fell apart. And what was ironic about it was, you know, I did my first interviews because he wouldn't do them. That part of the documentary was absolutely true. He was like, no press. It's like, and so what do you think they did? They asked me, it's like, hey, you want to talk about this? And by the time they came back around to him, we figured out he actually couldn't do interviews. He couldn't hold a conversation. He was just so freaking out there. He was absolutely convinced that what we're talking on now is being monitored constantly. And if there was even a flicker.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got that video in the documentary where he's saying that you're a Warner Brothers executive, you're an actor, and this is all, you know.
Well, part of that was an act. I've got the emails. I saved them from 2015 where there was another guy that wasn't included in the movie because he's anti-Semitic. And Matt wrote me and he says, okay, you are going to be with Eric and I, and we're going to call the shots and you're just going to be the workhorse, or we're going to discredit you. And it's like, what? I don't even know you guys. It's like, why are you asking me to do things? Like, who the hell are you? Who's Eric? And so, yeah, and it was just freaking bizarre. So anyway.
That is bizarre.
It was a weird, trust me when I say this, the producers that were swimming around for the television show, they were asking, you know, it's like, well, is there any drama within the community? I go, is there drama? I go, you wouldn't, because so many shows you have to build in the drama. I mean, because it's just boring. And Flat Earth is like, no, this thing is way too volatile. We've got camps that are, which is why I mentioned the Scottish Highlands. As you know, we have clans that are just raging against each other, which is why, again, the Monty Python, it just came to mind when I'm so glad they used that clip in the movie. If you remember the Life of Brian, where he drops the shoe and such brilliant writing by Monty Python, where everyone's trying to decipher the meaning of the drop shoe and religions form right there on the sidewalk. And it's like, that's us. That is it. That is us. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what can happen when you have a powerful new idea that shapes someone's experience of reality. And I'll say that from a magician's standpoint, that what I believe magic is, and of course I believe that magic is real. I use magic all the time. It's just not what people think it is. Magic is when you create an internal change in yourself, when you change your own beliefs, and then by doing so, you change the exterior world. Because when your beliefs change, the way you see and experience reality, you can attest to that.
I agree. Absolutely agree.
All right, Mark. Well, that's about all the time that we've got for today. Thank you so much for being on the show. Yeah. It's
hey, can I mention one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
If anyone wants to look into the virtual reality side of things, there's two big experiments that I highly recommend. One of is the obvious double slit experiment. Because we have been trying to do that in the computer world. We only noticed that in the computer world. This is what we are doing.
And that's also one of the experiments that really points to, my belief that we are creating our experience of reality. Yeah. Consciousness interacts with whatever this is, the simulation, the dream, whatever you want to call it, reality, right? Your consciousness is interacting with it. We are a part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that one. And the other one, which you should look into, I almost guarantee you haven't seen it, although you're pretty smart. Maybe you have. It's called Neuroscience versus Free Will. Have you heard of this?
Is that a documentary? I haven't seen that one.
No, but it's been on several television shows, and science does not like talking about it at all, even though they were the ones that came up with it, which was, I'll describe it really fast. Scientists, of course, hook up electrodes to your head, put you in front of a computer, and they say, okay, you're going to pick a number between 1 and 9 or whatever it is. And, we're going to watch your brain waves, right? And then they did a secondary part of the experiment was, okay, note the time that you decided to pick the number before you hit on the keypad. Usually it was within a fraction of a second. It's like, okay, think of a number between 1 and 9. Okay, 4. Where it got weird was, and maybe you've heard the rumors of this, but it's absolutely true, which is they know, they couldn't tell you, of course, we're not good enough to tell you what number you picked. They could tell when you made the decision to pick that number 8 seconds before you picked the number. Okay.
That's very interesting.
It's really interesting. So if I say pick a number between 1 and 9 and you say 4. Yeah, well, we knew that. We knew when you were going to pick that 8 seconds ago. That's impossible. You can't know the number 8 seconds. I mean, I was, because nothing's faster than the speed of thought, right? Once a thought is generated, you can't look before I decided to do it. 8 seconds is a long time. And the reason why science hates it, which is why there's a wiki entry on it. Look it up if you get a chance, called Neurosciences versus Free Will, because the whole thing screams predestination, which science does not like, which is,
I have my own thoughts about that. Yeah. But
maybe we're not living in a virtual reality necessarily. Maybe we're living in a virtual movie. Bear with me for 1 second. If you want to edit this part out, you can, which is, it's something I've always wondered. It's kind of like it's not very efficient to live in an open-ended virtual reality. What's way more efficient is that if you make the major decisions ahead of time and then you block the memory before those decisions were made. If you get what I mean. So
yes,
and
totally get it.
So it's kind of like watching, those stupid kids that'll record video game playthroughs on YouTube, and then the lazy kids, they'll just watch the playthrough and instead of actually playing the game in itself. Well, think of the resources you're not using when you're watching that. You're just watching a tiny little film of a guy playing the video game. But the illusion is that you're watching the game in real time. But it's not in real time at all. Everything's completely pre-recorded. So anyway, that is one of those things for me that absolutely screams. You tie that in with other stuff. Again, virtual reality for me.
I'll tell you what, Mark. About a decade ago, I was sitting in a car with my buddy, and we were smoking pot. We were in California, and we're just getting high. And this is, again, like I said, I've been interested in occultism since I was a teenager. Yeah. But it wasn't a spiritual religious experience for me. But I was always agnostic. I always thought, I don't know. I'm not going to say I don't believe or I believe. I just don't know, right? So I'm sitting in the car with my buddy, by the way, and we're just smoking this incredibly good weed. And this is one of the moments that was crystallizing for me. And then I started to realize, what is all this stuff, right? And I started to ask, we're getting high, and I'm just asking questions like, what is time, man? And, what is reality? But one of the things that popped into my mind that stuck with me, and again, this is over a decade ago, and it never left my mind, is what if you're not living your life right now? What if you're remembering it?
There you go. Yeah, again, the difference between the electrochemical difference between an actual event and a strong memory of the event are almost identical, which is why I feel I got newfound respect for Vietnam vets and war vets that suffer. Vietnam vets, they swear they hear helicopters. Oh no, they probably are.
They hear them. Literally, they hear them. Yeah. And this is. I mean, we could talk for hours about this, getting into what is reality, because reality is what your brain says it is. You live inside of a holographic simulation of a story that your brain is telling itself. I mean, that's pretty much how the mechanism works. And we're starting to really know that and look at the implications of it.
Yep.
It's beyond fascinating. And when you take it to that level, then to me, that's immediately when I said, well, if that's what's going on, then all bets are off. And, you could, Mark, from my point of view, I could live on a round earth or a spherical earth, and you could live on a flat earth, and we could still be having this conversation.
True.
Because we're decoding the simulation in completely different ways, or your programming is different than my programming. And that's not to say that we're machines. I don't believe that. I'm just using these words so people can understand what I'm talking about.
Right.
You know, I don't believe that we are simulated in that sense. I'm going to believe that we're real and that you're a real person, right? But like, what is real? That's what I'm
there
saying.
You go.
Yeah.
So said Morpheus.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It was an enjoyable conversation. I liked it more than most of my interviews. So thanks.
Yeah, awesome. Me too. I mean, this is great, man. Thank you so much for doing it. This show for me, I want this show to go on. I try to do one episode a week, which is hard for me. I have a young son, and I've got a day job, and I'm new at this. And you were inspirational to me in that, you know, I do have all these weird ideas. And even though my ideas are like spiritual and it's astrology and tarot, this is very normal stuff for millions of people. It's still hard for me to get out there and just say, hey, guess what? This is what I believe. You know, it takes bravery to do that, especially when you know people are going to look at you and laugh.
Peer pressure is a powerful thing. It's why I do not read the comments in the chat and the thing. I just stay away from it. Don't feed the trolls. Seriously, there's so many thousands and thousands of comments out there. I want to sleep at night like the next person. So, I mean, if I read even half of the stuff that's out there, I'd probably be curled up in a fetal position with a bottle. Like, oh, God, sure. Make the bad man stop.
Yeah, but I mean, you just got to get to that point where you realize that when people have the need to be, you know, a jackass or be mean or anything like that, or just, you know, all those people out there who have a YouTube channel dedicated to proving you wrong, they'll owe you a big thank you for making the YouTube channel possible.
Oh, no. Believe me when people say, well, these channels, you know, they've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and they're railing against flat earth. I go, I wish I had 1,000 more channels just like that. People don't, and I have told them, I go, all you're doing is you're shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like you're doing something. But all you're doing is adding wood to the fire.
That's a good one. I'm going to steal that. That's great.
It's true. The metrics, you're just helping the metrics. That's all you're, and I tell them they don't care. They just keep making videos like, all right.
And what I notice is that the more I open up and really say, like, look, this is what I believe. You know, I'm not just saying what if. I'm saying I have beliefs and, you know, this is what they are. The more I open up and do that, then the more of a positive response I get from people. And of course, there's more haters out there too. But then you really in order to meet your tribe, like the people who get you, you've also got to encounter your haters. I think that's just part of the process.
Right on.
So Mark, there was one more thing I want to do if you're open to it.
Sure.
And have you ever had a tarot reading?
No, I haven't.
Would you like one?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. This is the Wild Unknown Tarot by Kim Krantz.
Nice.
This is my favorite deck. So there's two ways. Well, there's several ways, but two kind of general ways that this could work. Number one, you could ask a general question. I think it's smart to avoid yes or no questions. Tarot is a tool for introspection and for, you know, kind of gives complicated answers. Or I could just kind of do a reading on you and what's going on with you right now. You don't have to ask anything.
Let's just do a reading on me.
Okay. It's kind of a general, I call it an aura reading. One. Yeah. Can I ask you, Mark, what's your sign?
Taurus. In fact, I just had my birthday. It was on April 24th.
Well, happy birthday.
Getting old. 11 a.m. in Seattle. Firstborn. Doctors thought there were 3 6s on my head, but it turns out there were 3 9s. So I think I'm okay.
Okay, so I've got 3 cards for you here, Mark, and it's actually, this is an interesting reading. I won't post this if you don't want me to. I can cut it off. But
no, you can post it.
Because, all right, well, I'm going to tell you your 3 cards are the 3 of Cups.
Ooh.
The Lovers.
Was that three swans?
2. Nice. And the 9 of Wands. So this is a very clear reading to me. So I have to ask you, Mark, are you on the verge of a relationship with somebody right now?
I'm always on the verge of a relationship with somebody, but it never seems to happen. It's weird that you would ask that. I call my social life the mystery square dance.
So I'm going to tell you what I see right here, okay? Because I'll lay out with these 3 cards. The 3 of Cups is the card of good company. It's the card of like, I'm with my people who I love and they love me, and this is like your best friends or the people who you love in life. It's the card of spending time with them. Your second card is the Lovers. Now this card speaks directly to your relationships most of the time, right? This card is saying that there's somebody that you feel very affectionate towards that's in your life right now and is on your mind right now, because what's going to come out of the cards is what's on your mind right now. And then the last card you pulled is the 9 of Wands, and the 9 of Wands signifies that you're almost there. You're you're almost there. It's so close you can feel it, and what you've been working for is going to come to fruition. So how do you feel about that reading?
Awesome. No, honestly, that's great. Especially, I mean, that's all 3 perfect. The first one, the community is for me is always on my mind. The second one is kind of bittersweet because, again, what's the old saying? Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. I have been close to I've had some great relationships in my life, but I've always been close to having the ultimate relationship, and it just never happens because the universe treats me like I'm in a square dance, where all of a sudden it's like do and turn your partner, and you turn your partner and they're gone, and that's it. And I've never been married, never had kids, but the thing is, I've never even been close. That's the weird part.
And what this reading is telling me is that you're very close. That this has been a long trek for you, and that this is something you really want and is on your mind. And again, I'm not, we can talk. If you don't want me to post this, I won't, because I know.
No, that's fine.
Tarot readings can get very personal very fast. That's one of the incredible things about tarot.
The other thing, as far as getting close to, for me, the big love of my life has always been not necessarily an objective truth, but something I've been driving for the last 6 years with this, which is trying to find the answer, the answer to where we are. Why are we here? Is it what I think it is? Is it something completely different? Do we get the big reveal? And that was sometimes I call it the 100th monkey effect, which is an interesting
the 100 monkey
concept.
Experiment,
which I've been waiting. Do we get to that tipping point? But yeah,
and that's kind of like an experiment that demonstrates that there is a collective consciousness, that there is a psychic connection, between species. I find that the 100 monkey experiment, if you're listening out there and you're not aware of it, look it up. It's really cool.
Oh yeah. And science denies it all day long. It's like, look, I hate it when science denies stuff that they were the ones that came up with it.
Yeah, as I said, that's a science experiment.
Yeah, it's like you did. It's like, no, it's a myth. It's like, really? Because it sounds exactly like something we would do. That every experiment sounds like exactly something we would do. So no, those are good. And I'm hoping. I hope for the best. I prepare for the worst. And always when I go to sleep at night, that's one of those things I wish for.
I hear you, man. And I think that's, one of the beautiful things about tarot is it'll always pull from a person's energy field. Like tarot is, my explanation of how tarot works is that I'm allowing my spirit guides to communicate with your spirit guides and to send a message to you through the cards directly from your own spirit guides. And that's what I do for a living. And,
cool.
I can tell that this is something that's on your mind a lot, that this is kind of like, something that you are hoping for and looking for in life. And I can relate. And you're almost there, man. You're almost there. You see that this card, the 9 of Wands, is a stairway.
Oh, I didn't know it was
a long stairway with and at the end of it is the moon.
Very
and
cool.
It signifies, this is something you've been working for and walking up this stairway for a long, long time, kind of thinking, when's this going to happen for me? And it looks to me like it's going to happen for you.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
awesome.
No problem. My pleasure. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mark. It's been really great meeting you. It's been a great conversation.
Thanks.
Thank you again for being on the show, and let's keep in touch.
All right.
All right. Talk to you later, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for checking out this episode of the Order of Chaos podcast. If you would like to book a private tarot reading with me, you can do so at www.theorderofchaosmagic.com. If you enjoyed the show and would like more, please consider subscribing on Patreon, where you will find my blog, a private Discord community, monthly tarot packages, and more.
Produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive directance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambivation lunar wane shaft.
There's nothing to debunk. It debunks itself. When they can't offer you practicality and a definition of what it is they're actually claiming. It's a science of sophism. It's a science of cartoons. It's a science of how to animate things using crayons and wee drawings. But what they're claiming is no science because they can't show it practically. It's no science. It's a science of deception. 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 Is it fucking that up? It's a science of deception. It's a science of deception. Right? It's a science of deception. It's a science of deception. Is it fucking that up? It's a science of deception. 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 Is it fucking that up?
It was of this normal lotus or delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots with the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible fuse.
It's a science of sophism. It's a science of cartoons. Right? It's a science of how to animate things using crayons and wee drawings. But what they're claiming is no science because they can't show it practically. There's no science. science of deception. It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. Is it fucking that or not? It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. Right? It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. Is it fucking that or not?
Be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation ding alarm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration.
It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception. It's the science of deception.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, flow uphill. Some days rivers will be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some days rivers will be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some days rivers will be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the rules of the spirit bound. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the rules of the spirit bound. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the rules of the spirit bound. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA NASA actually walked on the moon. Thus some other Masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars. But satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Hello? 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 Please, I'm lonely on Valentine's, please. Hello?
Hey, how's everybody doing? Beautiful Tuesday morning over here, Midwest of the America. Saying what's up to all the Flat Earth fam. I'm on the move right now, but just saying what's up to everybody. How's everyone doing?
Good morning, man. Hope all is well with you.
What's up, Ether?
Doing pretty
Bit
good.
quiet this morning, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it's been kind of quiet lately.
Yeah. I assume everybody's just busy with life or whatever.
Yeah, it's Valentine's Day over here in America.
Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm talking to this broccoli guy in the lobby, trying to explain to him that the trolley behavior is nonsense. It's not something that real people do. And being real with one another and actually discussing things is a lot more productive.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed from being in the Flat Earth discussion for quite some time is that, like, people act differently when they're in here. Like, they're like, you would say, like, normally people don't act the way they would, like, if you met them in real life and talk to them about the subject. When they're in here, they act like super weird, you know, because they're just like people on the internet. They don't have to be held accountable for stuff. They can say they're free to be just like the way they would really be, you know.
Yeah. They can dehumanize who they're talking to.
That's why it's like when people talk in here, it's like just talk like you normally would if you would be talking to somebody. I don't know.
Trying to get the guy to go get VC verified.
Somebody gonna get VC verified or what?
I'm hoping. I invited him to do so, but we'll see what he says. He already started off this trolling hard, claiming to be a Mensa IQ professor or something. Okay, whatever, man. Join the VC, come chat.
He's a professor? Oh, that's interesting.
A professor with a Pepe Frog meme profile pic.
Oh, okay. So just someone who's just trying to fake patrol.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's just a troll. Talking crap.
What's up, Sasha?
Normal.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
I'm going to pick up my daughter from the school.
Yeah, I'm driving to a neighboring town. I took my dog to get groomed at one of the pet groomers that are in the local area. Hey, there he is. His name is Broccoli. Is he VC verified? Did somebody give him the role yet?
Nah, he hasn't been VC verified yet.
Alright, let me see if I can do that right now. Just give me a moment. Alright, Broccoli, you have the ability to speak. If you wanted to go ahead and jump into the conversation. We just want to know, like, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
So how's it going? Like, what brings you to the server? The Flat Earth server.
My Flat Earthers certificate, you see, like something to hang on my wall.
Flat Earth certificate. Hey, why? Yeah, but like, here's the thing, though. Like, everybody, we have the conversation in here, and it's like we want people to know, like, the idea of a globe Earth and how you've been told. Like, is there any evidence to the thing, or are people just believing that the Earth is a globe? I mean, there's a difference, man. Because, like, you either know it's a globe, like, yeah, these guys are crazy. They're just memeing on the internet with the flat Earth. Or you actually know it's a globe. Like, well, how can you test and verify that it is? You know, what method can you do? I mean, have you ever were able to think about something? Because it's kind of fun to poke fun at things that you think are crazy, but when you start to realize that they aren't so crazy anymore, then the truth is stranger than fiction. So, I mean, how do you think that the Earth is a globe? Like, what evidence do you have?
Oh, I never said it was.
Yeah, I know, but
I fucking think.
I can just tell by, like, the way you came in. Like, pretty good at this, man. Like, I've been doing this for quite some time. So, just by, like, you saying a few sentences, I can already guess, like, what you're thinking. It's weird, but it's true.
That's cool.
So, you said I'm waiting to get my Flat Earth certificate. So I know that you kind of think this is a joke, right? So I know it sounds funny, right? Because it's like some internet thing that's going on, but because you probably barely heard about it. It's been going on for quite some time, actually. Anyway, do you think that there is any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Even if you don't think that there is?
There was that one fella in Egypt, but other than that, I'm stuck.
What did you say is in Egypt?
Oh, I forget his name. So no,
we know the name. It's old story. It's bullshit story. It's,
a bit like Jesus.
What?
Well, I don't know I don't know why you brought Jesus into this. He had nothing to do with Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, it's turned into your religious disdain for Jesus. Like, I don't know what that has to do. Like, why did? It's funny. It's funny though, man, because it's like we're not even mentioning Jesus at all. Like, nobody even talked about him. And you're like, yeah, well, it's like Jesus. Like, what's that all about, dude?
Broccoli, do you think that because of Jesus, Earth is not a globe?
Yeah, so that's his go-to move. It's like the moment somebody starts talking about truth. Well, yeah, it's just like Jesus. Like, what the heck, dude? Damn, bro. Like, let's first get to figure out if the Earth is a globe or not before you get into religion.
I am actually a Satanist, so I'm sorry about that.
Nah, I don't believe that. Not even the slightest.
You don't believe that?
Well, I don't believe that you're a Satanist, but I do believe that because of the fact that you don't believe in God, that, yeah, you could be siding with Satan. Because this world right now is in his clutches. But, you know, I mean, you don't know that. You probably think that's stupid, too. But even though we can point to, like, different satanic rituals that these the top echelon people are doing, you'd probably think that's silly. You know, the blood sacrifice and all that other kind of crazy nonsense. You probably say, like, nah, that's pretty stupid too. Which is kind of like par for the course.
Those lot get up to. I believe that.
You believe what?
I love Satanism. It's part of my day to day.
You love Satanism.
You know, I mean,
you love Satanism.
Yeah.
Would you like that? Would you like that? For example, somebody take all your family and cut the heads and just for the Satan.
I mean,
it would be nice. Try to watch. Huh?
Jesus,
yes, it is. I'm just saying, it ain't. It
you
ain't
know,
funny
it's
when you think about
you know, it's good, blood, everything. You know, your family cutting heads. You know, that would be nice to see. Huh? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. In front of your eyes, that would be great, huh?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you will be, oh my God, oh Satan, great, give me more, kill all of them. Oh, all my family, please.
Yeah, I suppose that's part of it. I have to. You're right. I have to accept that.
It's good to be on a part of evil, is it?
I never said it was good. It's just.
Yeah, you did. You kind of said you kind of enjoyed the fact that you said that you're a Satanist, dude. Like this is like.
Yeah, I never said it was good. I just said that's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, you're siding with people that don't give two rats' asses about you, man. Like that's the thing. Like, I don't know if you know that this is the kind of thing that it's all about. You know, these guys are killing like innocent people every day and without any recourse. So like they don't care. But I mean, if that's the road you think is the best, like that's you. You do you.
Yep.
But you know, I don't know like what that has to do with the shape of the Earth being a globe. You know, as far as like you're concerned.
I would say nothing.
Well, I mean, obviously it got brought into the conversation as it's something to say. I don't know why. You know?
You can believe in God even, and it will not change the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of Christians who think that the Earth is a globe, so there's that, right? Which is pretty sad, but it's true.
Why you think why this server exists? What is going on? Why this server exists? What's that? What's that? What's that? Why these people open this server? What is going on? Why they want to say something?
Flat Earth, I imagine.
Yeah, what they want?
What do they want? That is a good question. I don't know. What do you want? You tell me.
What I want to tell you something very important. But you know that even if I told you, you will know that the water doesn't curve. You know?
Sorry.
You know that water doesn't curve?
I wouldn't know.
No?
No idea.
You didn't. I saw the water in reality. It doesn't want to curve.
Right.
Yeah. That's why it is server.
Yeah. According to people who advocate for the globe, the Earth is covered with all this water that at certain distances it starts to bend around a curve, which conforms to a sphere, or the idea behind it. So that's what people are believing in 2023, that water curves around the Earth.
That's crazy.
Well, not just crazy, it's absurd. Like, when you think about it, there's no such thing, and there's no demonstration in reality that is the case ever, anywhere. Right. But people believe it nonetheless, and that's why we're saying that the issue is water doesn't curve the way they say it does.
Whoa. Do you have any question, Broccoli?
Nah, not really.
Oh, why are you here? I usually, when I go to cinema, I watch the movie. I'm not going to sleep then.
Is your purpose here just to sit in here and just twiddle your thumbs? Or, I mean, you could ask questions. It's crazy, man, because, like, right now, I don't know if there's people around you, but if you don't have any influence to, like, people like, go on, man, go ask them some dumb questions. I mean, you could just ask anything. We'll tell you. You're just like a wealth of knowledge that we have in reference to this topic. Even though you might think it's crazy,
Okay.
I learned something. Just anything, man. Like, I mean,
What about the moon? Is that flat?
no, the claims that we have are just simply whatever can be observed. That's all we know. Like observation, no one can tell you just by looking at something what it is. Like the composition of what it is. Is it physical? Is it metaphysical? Nobody knows. The idea that
Is the moon
humans have
real?
handed. Is it
Broccoli,
real? Is the moon real? Of course it's real. I mean, we see it every day. But as far as like if it's physical or not, that's different, right? How could you tell if it's a projection or if it's an actual physical thing? Like a rainbow. Rainbow's
Broccoli,
not
you-
physical.
You asked the stupid question about is it moon flat, but I'm asking you now: is it moon spherical?
I mean, it looks that way.
Oh, it looks, but is it spherical or not?
It either is. It's binary. Either is or isn't.
Well, that's what I'm here to find out. You see.
Well, that's
Oh,
what
here-
we're trying to tell you. Like the
Here
the
you
big
will not
question.
find out nothing
Well,
about moon.
the biggest questions are like, listen, the biggest questions that you want to ask. I mean, you can go and ask them, but at the same time, if you realize the answer, then it's the answer for everybody. Can anybody verify if the moon is spherical or not? And which is kind of what Sasha's getting to the point. Can you verify if the moon is spherical? Or what if you're only seeing a portion of the moon and you're not seeing the rest of it? Or what if it's not physical? What if it's a projection? Can you verify that?
No.
Or can anyone? Well, then that's the thing, man. We're at the point where we're asking people to verify the thing that they're claiming. There's a claim that people say, this is the claim that the moon is spherical. Now, how can any human verify that it's spherical? Well, you'd have to go and check, right? Logically, anyway.
Okay. Didn't they fly
Let's
some
just-
people up there?
Are they what?
Didn't they fly some people up to the moon?
Yeah, there's this claim, dude, that we got people that went there and, you know, they saw the moon landing and there's a big story behind it and all that kind of stuff. But it's like they can make a production out of anything, right? So anything they put on TV is not something to be believed, or even like with the whole production value of what they made. You know, they went to the moon, you know, all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
But you know, logistically, if that was even the case, if it was possible, then you'd have to have the ability to travel into the area where they consider is the vacuum of space.
So why would they go to so much effort to cover this up?
I mean, it wouldn't be effort, man. If it's like the idea behind it is to keep people under the guise of a knowledge of an Earth that they think is the reality. So if you were brought up, because like they didn't know, you know, how far this would go, like up until today. But it's become something now where it's just like a belief system. And it was kind of funny that you poked this like kind of you were prodding this religious kind of debate at the beginning with Jesus and all that. But the globe is a religion in and of itself because it's built on a belief system. Just like the way you don't know the moon is spherical or not, and you just believe it to be so. Well, it's built on belief. Yet you don't know this, and neither do a lot of people. They're living their atheist day-to-day life in a world filled with belief. And you probably don't even know that you're believing in things, but you are. Just like the moon being spherical. You're believing that that's the case because it looks that way. So you're just assuming. And assumption becomes belief because you can't verify it. So it's like me telling you, well, God exists. You're like, no, prove it. I'm like, well, I don't have to. I just believe it. And if I'm telling you strictly on belief, you're going to be like, yeah, but that's no physical evidence. How did you verify God exists? And then I'm going to tell you, well, how did you verify the physical spherical moon exists? Same thing. Same exact thing. Or you can take a look at anything that you can think of as well. Just add that to the list of different things that you say, I believe it. Well, okay. So now you're a religious person. And you didn't even know it. Isn't that weird? Most people are, though. I'd say the atheist is probably one of the biggest believers of all.
Believing in non-existence.
Non-existence. You believing into a negative? Like, what do you mean a non-existence?
Well, what do they believe in?
Who are the atheists?
Yeah.
What wouldn't they believe in?
Yeah.
I have no idea, man. Each individual person is different, so I wouldn't know. I had to ask them. You have to have a conversation with them. Figure out what they're believing in.
Oh, I'll have to join an atheist Discord next.
That's boring. If you want to join a server with people that are more religious than religious people, then yeah, join that.
You reckon?
Hell yeah. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, to be honest.
Give him Gem Panda server. He will feel there good.
Yeah, it's just people stroking their ego, you know. They want to sound like they're big brains over there talking about stuff they don't know about. Ridiculous. That's one thing I hate, man. Like people that sound like they're smart, they're sounding smart, and you start asking them poignant questions about their intellect, and they can't answer you.
Yeah, good point.
It's just the way it is, man. People on the internet want to sound like they're smart to other people. It's a facade.
Is gravity real?
Well, in the sense that you think the effect, yes, the effect is real, but the theory isn't. Big G is not. Little G is. It's measurable. The cause is unknown, but the effect is. You can measure something as it falls through the air, the speed at which it falls, and you can give it an average because everything that falls through the medium of air will be measured, as such, and the average would be around 9.8 meters per second squared. But that's still like gravity isn't the effect, and it's not the cause. And people talk about the underlying cause would be that the Earth is so massive that it's bending and warping the fabric of space-time. And then that's causing things to come into the Earth, because it's doing that. There's a bunch of hoopla that's connected to it. Oddly enough, though, Broccoli. Oddly enough, man, if you were to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? Right. He's gonna be like, what gravity is? We don't know. That's what he says.
He's funny.
No, he says that, right? He's a science communicator. And he holds master classes on cosmology. And yet, the individuals who come in here from the internet, random people, they got the idea of what gravity is. They know. They got Cavendish. They know what's going on. It's like that's real funny, man, because you guys are just internet people. These guys are like individuals who have social media followings in the millions, and then you tell me what gravity is, and they don't. Strange, isn't it?
Question, really. Yeah, it's just asking, really. It's just asking a question.
No, not you, but the people who come in here, man. Like, we got people that come in here that want to claim they know what gravity is, and that just never works out for them.
Yeah.
Big G, not little G. The effect. Always make a distinction, because a lot of people in the flat Earth community will say we don't believe in gravity. It's not gravity, the effect. Gravity, the theory, the cause.
But it is not.
Anyway, I gotta run into a store real quick. I'm gonna stay on mute. If you have any questions, Broccoli, just ask Sasha. He'll be here. He'll answer your questions. I'll be back like in 10.
Yeah. Catch you about
Sashi, have you found water curving in reality yet? Just hang on.
I can I can hear you, man.
Who can hear me? Ether Grace.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just letting you know your mic's on.
Yeah, I was trying to say hello. Looks like our visitor left already, didn't he?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello. Who said hello? It's like the usual suspects in here. Nobody wants to talk right now. This is Dead Air Dave from Kentucky reporting in. Globe does not exist in reality, as far as I can tell. If anyone wants to try to change my mind, good luck. It simply exists in men's imaginations. For several hundred years now, it seems so. No one's ever verified any reality. But I'm preaching to the choir at this point. Anybody's listening on YouTube, curious about this subject, like to have a good conversation about this topic, this is the best place to do it. Come on in here. Or don't. We prefer if you do, though. Dead Air Dave, don't know. Yeah. Hotel.
Yay, we are.
Yeah.
We're going to school. We did art.
Somebody trying to talk to you hot, Mike. Hello.
And someone's already passed away.
That you, Sasha? Think you're hot, Mike and Ben. Hi, Mike.
This wasn't much that it was.
Sasha.
It's not charged.
Sasha.
I can charge for it in the car.
Hey, Sasha, you're hot, Mike and bro. Is
Yeah,
my
I know.
mic working? Okay. It sounded like you didn't know. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, it's your. It's all right.
Continue hot, Mike.
Hot, hot, hot.
Good thing is we know that you're not hot micing on a globe because that's impossible to be on a globe. That's ridiculous. You're on a flat plane of existence having that hot mic.
But why?
Why? Because that's just the way it is. Earth's just not a ball. It's not our fault.
I know. Why is way just it is?
Everybody thinks it's a ball, but it's really not. So, not our problem. Oh, well. We have a new person here, but they're on deaf and David. Since they're on deaf, and I'm assuming they cannot hear me talk right now, so kind of pointless to be talking. Back to you, Sasha.
I'm in lift now. Hello, is it that flat?
You're in a lift?
No.
Is it Earth flat?
No.
Well, what are you saying?
They say no.
She said no because she know that I'm speaking with you. But usually, yes.
Technically, she's correct. We have topography with mountains and hills and valleys and different undulations of the Earth's surface. But the problem is the surface part that's covered with water is a level, and it's not a ball. So that's a problem for the people that think it's a ball. But anyway. Everyone on the panel has the right to remain silent, and apparently the ability to do so also. Anyone's listening out there want to come in and discuss the shape of the Earth being a globe, and you may think you have some evidence for that, please come in and discuss. Doctor has some questions.
You don't fill up a
Looks like we got somebody new in the chat. See if they're there or not. Benton, are you there? Ben 10, are you there? Guess not.
I found something like a throwback.
What is it?
So this is on the best religious debates. I've been posting that, the headline GIF. One of the moderators said, all I do since I've joined the server is talk shite. I go, dude, all I'm doing is posting information inside the global paradigm that you should agree with. He said, ever since I've joined the server, it's just been garbage, shit posting. I said, well, when did I join the server? He said, like a week ago or whatever, or 2 weeks ago. And so I go, no, actually I joined October 2020. And he's like, no, you didn't. Okay. So I show a picture, Discord now shows when you joined the server. I went back and started grabbing screenshots of comments made back in 2020. And funny enough, it was me and you were talking to a bunch of globalists back then. And it was like, they're so toxic. It was like me and you going back and forth about what maps are and, long distance photography. I go, I said, you don't need a physics degree to measure the earth. The guy says, your brain just fell out your ear. Yeah, Flatterpuss called them out on the brain falling out thing. He says to us, we won't do math. Here, he said, you seem to have a visceral reaction. I wonder why that is. You sound like a reasonable person. That's kind of what you said back to them. But anyway, it was kind of great because I said, look, this is how I talked the first time. It was nothing but sort of freakouts, over what I was presenting. So I kind of just didn't present anything for a long time, and now I'm posting stuff again. So I said, your worldview is wrong. You're wrong. I didn't join the server a couple weeks ago. I haven't been talking straight shit since I joined. You're wrong, dude. You're wrong on the internet. Here's one. Hey, Miggy, we have absolute proof that we walked on the moon. Do you want to bet your ass? And you said, we? Who is we? He said, the scientific community who studies astronomy. And no, personally, I'm not an astronaut. It kind of ended good, though, because then the guy who left said it was okay, the conversation. 6 out of 10 for entertainment value. Oh, here, Sassy jumped in, too.
Hey, what's up, Jedi?
Yes, yes. How you doing, my friend? Do you well? Are you good?
Yeah, doing good, man.
Awesome stuff. Bit quiet in here. Early hours in the morning for you, right? Not even lunchtime yet, is it?
Yeah, it's about lunch. 11 o'clock.
Anything exciting been happening since the last time we spoke, mate? About this time yesterday afternoon?
No, nothing really. Just same old stuff.
Same old stuff, mate. I get you,
Yep.
I get you.
Nothing new under the sun.
What's up, Crip? How you doing, mate?
Hanging in there.
Good stuff, mate. Yeah, me too. If today's just horrible. I don't know what's wrong with me today, but oof, what a weird day.
when it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you have a definition that doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
an
effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space.
Even worse, it's 2023.
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
Sorry. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons?
Somebody link him.
NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
Oh, that's the fucking bot. Oh, I'm such an
To the
idiot.
moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying
According
to
to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said that they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry, is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones that,
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it more fake.
Let's
But either way,
on that
Yeah,
point.
like a flat.
either way,
I'll try
man,
and show you.
looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far
definitely
away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know, about...
According to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why
yes,
wouldn't that
there
be your
wasn't any
expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you see-
assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point. If you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most players don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part. So every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
do
that
you know
would be...
Do you know what the alleged drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then
There's no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effective perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from its perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exist.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept than concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you, okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
but let's be clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spades that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the national waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
Can't
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
and? I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
Go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
true.
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing illegally, as you're saying, and going there. Like,
dude, you know what?
You
Dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds kind of the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me, son?
I just turned a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit on me, but that's okay. I've fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie. At that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
For the low price of a cup of coffee, you too can salvage a scientist's dying hopes and dreams by helping him learn a new career, like being a plumber or a baker. So don't worry, Glober. If you switch to Flat Earth, you can still support your local scientist. Oh, man. Questions, comment, concerns, raves, reviews, rants, retaliation, retorts, rebuttals, taking all comers. Just like that guy's ex-girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the proposition stands unrebutted. I rest my case. The Earth is flat. Deal with it.
It's Valentine's Day. So a lot of people will be sending messages to the people that they love or are passionate about. Globers will be, sending love to Mother Earth, the great globular matron in the sky, floating around. Ooh. Oh man, I guess y'all want to hear that again. Please, Hammer, don't hurt him. Don't play the bot again. Anyway, so one of my other favorite bot recordings I lost access to because they deleted the channel. With the Globers, they like to go on to the Flat Earth channels that actually make sense and try to strike them like they're being religiously persecuted. It's like, this channel is undergoing religious slander. They're claiming that the globe isn't true, and that's my religion. So I'm going to strike their channel. Wouldn't it be great if the Globers had honor and they could just not use those dirty tactics? Of course, not every Glober uses those types of tactics, but there's a significant enough portion of them that are so butthurt by the idea of this proposition even existing or being talked about in the public square or the dark corners of the internet that they petition Congress. Like, please, Mr. Government, please, Daddy, can you tell Timmy to stop telling me the earth is flat? It hurt my fee-fees.
Fee-fees.
Please, yeah, please, sir, can I have some more curve? Can I have some more curve, sir? Yeah, what's wrong with Globers, man? Like, for real. Why are they trying to get people fired from their jobs? Why are they trying to tell people that they shouldn't be allowed to have kids? Why are they okay with voting to censor, specifically in certain lands that have free speech laws, right? Codified in the Constitution, yet they think that flat Earth is an exclusion, that people shouldn't be allowed to talk about it. Not only that, but they should be treated worse than, we used to treat black people in this country. At least they let black people breed. I mean, yeah, they were like, we don't want you breeding with white people, but at least they let them have their own kids. Not like nowadays where Globers say that flat earthers shouldn't be allowed to breed at all. Like, what's wrong with you if that comes out your mouth? So who's next? Hindus? Hindus aren't allowed to have babies? Muslims, they're not allowed to have babies? What else? Let's see. Soccer fans? Yeah, soccer fans, they're horrible people. You know why they're horrible? Because they confuse football with football. And nobody knows what they're talking about. Clearly evil. Should not be allowed to have babies. What's wrong with you people, man? That's right, Globers. What's wrong with you? Can't even countenance the idea of an alternative proposition about the nature of reality long enough to allow other people to be free. It's your way or the highway. It's my version of reality, or you're not worthy of life. Wow, you guys should seek some therapy. And what are you here for, Mr. Bentley? Oh, well, the flat earthers, they were talking about the flat earth on the internet. Excuse me. This is a professional institution where we actually care about people's problems. You need to go home and frickin' have an orange juice and slap yourself in the face in front of a mirror. You're retarded. Hold on. Did I say you could leave? That'll be $149.95 for the 30 minutes. Yeah, so I guess since nobody's got any proof of that sweet demonstrable Earth curvature, I'll just go back to vacuuming up dust. All right, have fun.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Yeah, my only point of the sun was, you guys asked, like, how does it work? Like, I don't think anybody knows. We can tell you its path, what it appears to take, maybe from one location, but from multiple locations, it becomes more uncertain where it is. I mean, it's within a range, you know, like, it's not like way off, but it's off a little bit. So it's hard to draw conclusions when you, with a certainty, geometrically position where it is at all. This is in the gold model. So people have done this in AutoCAD. Seriously, people have like taken went to time and date in SunCalc and took those elevation angles and tried to intersect at where they said the sun was supposed to be, and they can never get it to work in AutoCAD, which is like 8-digit precision.
What about like the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know, man.
Hey,
these are things we can never really know the true causes or what they do. They're intangible to us. All we can do is look at them.
But there's an explanation to it already.
I mean, but they're not really scientific explanations.
They are, actually.
So why are they better than the stories that they were told, what the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They
don't know
couldn't.
what.
They couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, "This is mathematical. We can make predictions. Our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables. We've attached names, places, things called physics. You know, there's a guy named Oliver Heaviside, and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells it. He starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon. Meaning the variables and equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, you know, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
and I can
like
give
they're
you
giving-
a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now, the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kublai Khan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus is transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
You
how
see what
did
I'm
we
saying?
get
Do
from?
you understand what I'm saying? Like, they had a story, they had math, they had predictions.
How did we,
They had a
but
different
like-
story, which we find implausible.
But like, what do you have? You just say like you don't know, and it's like that's all you're saying basically. You
Because
don't know.
I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay.
But what about
where,
what is
like,
it?
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determining cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is
Solar
that
eclipse?
possible? Yeah.
Well, what do you mean possible? It
How
happens,
is it
so it's possible.
No, how is it possible with like the flat Earth grid with
What makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection?
I'm confused.
What
with,
makes you
like,
think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's just the sun's in the sky and a black thing goes over it and it turns black. Where's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you are on?
That's what I'm asking. Like, what are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
It's like on.
I'm trying to make the logical
on-
connection, dude.
No, wait,
You're
on the
acting
model.
like the shape of the Earth has
Can
to
I
have
speak?
some relationship to that event. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
Okay.
So in the model, you see like the moon and the sun circling, right? And they like never get near each other or nothing, right? And how is it possible for like the sun to like overlap the moon if it's like that?
Okay. Let me ask you one
Listen,
thing.
I don't know if Retch, are you on?
Why doesn't everybody see the eclipse at the
Hold
same
on.
time?
Retch actually has. Listen, Retch actually
Because
has
you're
somehow
different
that
places,
demonstrates it.
and it's a globe. And if you're on the other side of the globe, you're like you can't see it because
Exactly.
you know. Yeah.
I'm just trying to argue my side of the story. So, if you're saying that the eclipse is a thing that somebody controls, why
What?
doesn't everybody see it at the same time? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Nobody said that.
Okay, well, you were talking
Are
about
you
the
on drugs?
eclipse. I'm definitely not
drinking?
on drugs. Nope,
Are you drinking?
I am not.
Then where the hell did you get that from? You can't even answer a simple question on the logical connection between the object in the sky that you see, an observed phenomenon, and why it's connected to the shape of the Earth. It's a simple question. You think it's a foregone conclusion, which is obvious. I'm saying it's not so obvious. So tell me, what's the obvious connection? What would lead you to that conclusion?
You have a good point. No, I'm saying you have a good point, right?
What was the question again?
We don't know. We might not know what it is. we could be assuming everything. I don't know.
Listen, do you think? Listen, even Copernicus, right, wrote, "We can never attain the true causes. We can only make models and make predictions of past and future events."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even he said that, and you're talking about the Copernican model. You can't attain the true causes of events like eclipses, solar eclipses, any of that stuff. Seasons, because they are visuals, right? They're visuals. You just look at them, can't manipulate
Wait,
them.
how are
They're not
seasons
tangible.
visuals?
They're visuals, so you just see them.
Right.
Have you done anything other than see the moon? Have you done anything other than look at the sun? Have you done anything other than look at Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Have you ever done anything other than just look at them?
No.
Okay, then. So they're just visuals.
Right.
Okay, so with the Earth, we're talking about something that's tangible.
Like seasons.
The Earth is certainly tangible.
Seasons are not. They're not.
Right.
They're not visual. Seasons are not visual. You can actually. Like,
Seasons are a correlation theory, and there's two things of seasons. So there's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons, and they're loosely correlated depending on where you live.
Okay.
So meteorological seasons lag what's called the astronomical seasons by some amount. Could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It depends on your climate. So there's a loose correlation there. It's attributed to the tilt of the Earth, but that's probably in doubt because it could also be the length of day. So the exposure to sunlight, the angle of the sun is irrelevant if the day is 3 hours longer, right? So saying it's the tilt and it's the angle that the sun hits the Earth, how is that proven if the sun is actually in the sky for 3 more hours? See, these are like little stories. It's like it's your interpretation. These are philosophical issues. They're nowhere even near scientific. But to get to the matter, the real crux of the matter is what's the shape of the Earth, right? It's not even a science question. It's only a question of measurement. Just like what's the shape of your table? What's the shape of your house? What's the shape of your head? Right? You don't need a scientific theory for that. Do you?
Well, because
What's
we
the
know.
shape of my table? Well, we come up with this theory.
No,
well, we know.
No, that's different because
It's different,
we
right?
know the shape of my head.
It's different than
It's,
science. It's different than science because it's a different type of question. It's a what is this question? It's not a why is this question.
Okay.
So we can do that with the Earth. We can solve this what is question by just measuring it directly without appealing to theories and hypotheses and just say, hey, let's take a tape measure and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
People have like.
So we've done that. That's what I don't think you get. We've done that.
Measured it, and like people don't do.
We've measured significant portions over large bodies of water, and there's no measured curve. Multiple times in multiple countries by multiple people using multiple methods.
Okay. Well, I think that there's no measured. Well,
No, there's measured curvature. I guess it's just like depends upon the way they interpret the data that they get.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how they do it.
There's definitely curvature. No, they've measured curvature for sure.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Measured curvature. Oh, here we go. I knew I was going to wake your ass up.
name is John Gabrielson. I am your conference director, and it's been a privilege to run this conference for the last 4 years. And I kind of find it cool to introduce this next speaker that you all know and love. He's a personal dear friend of mine, and he blames me for his journey into flat Earth. I guess it partially was my fault. But Rob's a great guy, and he was with the press this morning, and I just want to tell you guys, he did an outstanding job in the media press conference we had, and just knocked it out. Just give him a round of applause. So I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. I've tried to keep us on schedule. I hope everybody got coffee and is having a good time. You guys liking it? All right, excellent. Well, I don't want to cut into Rob's time, so I want to bring up my dear friend, Rob Skiba.
Thank you. Get things going here. And you probably don't need me on the screen too much because I've been going through a lot of my presentation here. Wow, this is awesome. Ooh, that's loud. Forgive me if my voice is starting to go already. I've been spending a lot of time talking with you guys out there. It's been wonderful. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Well, there you go. Shortest presentation I've ever done. Thank you very much. No, right? There you go. I've titled my presentation, Testing the Globe. Subtitle, Who Really Has the Intellectual High Ground in this discussion? You know, there's the 4 big questions mankind has wrestled with for millennia, right? Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I? How did I get here? I'm going to talk more, it's a 2-part presentation. This will be more sort of the philosophical part, and then tomorrow I'll talk about the various physical evidences that push me over the edge, so to speak. So regarding the who am I question, you know, first of all, my name is Rob Skiba. The things that influenced my life, of course, my parents growing up. I have one sister not depicted here, but my family is very close. My dad was a Baptist minister when I was a kid. I've been in the church my whole life. As soon as I could read, I was reading the Bible. Had a King James Bible highlighted and annotated in grade school. Anytime the doors of the building were open, I was there. I accepted Christ as my Savior at age 7 and have been in some form of ministry my entire life. That was 1977 when that happened, and that just so happened to be the same year this movie came out, Star Wars, and of course that blew my young mind, like, wow, that was amazing. It had a profound influence on my life and led me to the career that I've chosen, that I do to this day as a filmmaker. Also, I made a public declaration at age 8. I said I'll either be an astronaut, a filmmaker, or a movie star by the time I'm 30, or I'll be dead. And it wasn't because I had a death wish. I just figured when you're 8 years old, 30, like, that's old man, right? So my thinking was if I hadn't achieved any of those things by the time I was 30, it had to be because I was dead. I don't remember exactly when it was, but at some point in my young life, Jim Irwin, supposedly Apollo astronaut from, I think it was Apollo 15, came to our church and signed that picture of him allegedly on the moon, said, "Reach for your dreams, Rob, aim high." And I did. Immediately after I got out of high school, I joined the Army. Oh, and by the way, that's me at age 18 with a Star Wars bedsheet. Yeah. Hardcore science fiction nerd. Joined the military. My whole plan was to learn how to fly helicopters, get my commission, transfer over to the Air Force, learn how to fly jets, get into the space program. That was my ambition, that was my dream, that was what I was shooting for. Did very well at everything I did in the military. I excelled at, was Soldier of the Year 1991 there, became a pilot. By the time I was actually, on my 21st birthday, I was in flight school. And even after I got out of the military, that didn't work out. My plans, it's a long story, I'll save that, but basically it was an issue that I thought I had with my heart that made me have to get a Class 1 flight physical and do a stress test and all this stuff that basically anytime I was applying for the next level of my training, I got bumped for things outside of my control. And then years later, Father confirmed to me, no, your heart's fine, that just wasn't my plan for you. All these years later, I look back now and say, thank God I never got into NASA. But I left the military in 1993 and, of course, continued to be a sci-fi geek. That's me going to Star Trek conventions in my 20s, hanging out with the Star Trek actors and stuff like that. So, yeah, there was no incentive whatsoever for me to get into this topic that I'm talking about here today, much less spend the rest of my life traveling around the world talking about it. Okay, now before getting into this topic, I like to say to people, look, there's a few things that you must keep in mind. And I talked about this at the press conference earlier this morning, and also if you saw my presentation I did last year, here are about half of the bullet points I talked about last year. First thing you need to realize when you get into this research is, look, we used to be you. If you're just getting into this and you're really skeptical and you don't believe in it, look, we get it. We were there. We were you. None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. Let's say it out loud together. Ready? None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. So if this is new to you, okay, don't go to the Flat Earth Society to look at what are these people about. They didn't sponsor this event. They have nothing to do with it. Neither do we. Speaking of, no one believes in the upward floating disk theory of gravity. Media, if you're in the room and you missed this morning, pay attention, look at the screen, please. We do not believe this. Okay? I can't tell you how many times I've seen news reports and stuff coming out saying, oh, this is what flat earthers believe. No, we don't. You can't just insert flat earth into the Copernican model of the universe. You see memes like this all the time, like, flat earthers be, yeah, you know, sun 93 million miles, right? Mercury, Venus, pancake! No, we don't believe that. Speaking of that particular meme, Danny Faulkner just put out a book, and I've seen this meme going around. Danny Faulkner takes apart the flat earth movement in his new book, Falling Flat. Look at his front cover. I think it should be retitled, Misrepresents the Flat Earth. I'll just say this. I've spent time talking with Danny. I like him as a human being. I think we could probably be friends. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool guy, but when it comes to this issue, he's like the arch nemesis of flat earth. But I'm going to have to pull a Greta on you, Danny. How dare you! How many of these conferences have you been to? How much of our stuff? You know we don't believe that, so that's a complete misrepresentation. But he's not the only one. There's plenty of others out there doing it, the same thing. All the news media does it. Rational Wiki, on their flat earth entry, it says it's basically this, and they got the same picture. No, that's not true. And number 5, for Christians, the Bible is a flat earth book from cover to cover. I'm sorry, it just is. So that's part 1 of my presentation. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Others will be talking about it this weekend. Of course, if you're familiar with my work, I've got plenty of stuff on this online. But essentially, when you look through the scriptures, I appreciate Logos Bible Software. The scholars over there at Logos Bible Software do not believe the earth is flat. Say that again with me. They do not believe the earth is flat. Okay? They don't believe it. But they believe that the people who wrote the Bible did, which creates an interesting problem for them. It's like, look, you just make a really articulate case for this is what the words mean, this is what they clearly believed, and then you say you don't believe it. So I don't know what's up with that, but this is their depiction of the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. I've gone a little deeper. This is not thus saith the Lord, okay? This is thus thinketh Rob. I'm not telling you this is where you live. I'm telling you this is what I see in my mind when I look at the ancient texts. As an artist, this is what I come up with. And according to all the references you see there, we see that we live in a self-contained 3-tiered system of heaven, earth, the underworld. There is a solid firmament, dome, vault over us, according to the text you see there. Yahuwah is the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton that I've chosen. I don't get to fight with people about this. Say Yahweh, King James says Jehovah, Yehovah. Look, we're talking about 4 consonants, and we're doing the best we can. The pronunciation I've landed on is Yahuwah, so if you hear that, that's what I'm referring to as the name of God. Yahuwah's throne sits above the heavens and the waters, according to the text you see there. The earth is inscribed in a circular, flat fashion into something with 4 corners and surrounded by water, according to the text you see there. The sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, and by the way, all the stars are going to fall to earth. According to Isaiah, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Son of God himself, Peter, and John. The stars are falling to earth. We got big problems if Betelgeuse is headed our way, and followed by Andromeda, right? Somebody's lying to us here. And I'm not prepared to say it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John. There are floodgates, windows in the firmament. Earth is a geocentric, stationary world set on pillars. Indeed, from Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit-inspired authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc. Circular with edges, corners, pillars, foundations, etc. Under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars are placed on day 4. Inside that structure that I showed you a minute ago is something like the footstool of God right there. And I say, look, which model is a better fit for a stationary world set on a firm foundation of pillars under a solid dome within which the sun, moon, and stars move, and which will accommodate all the stars falling to Earth? I think it's a pretty easy answer when you look at that. Now, of course, those who disagree, who think the Bible it doesn't say this, they only got 2 scriptures. 2. And actually, neither one of them work for them. They have Isaiah's circle of the earth and Job hangs the earth on nothing. Neither one of them work for them. Hangs the earth on nothing. The model that they believe is the earth in the Copernican model is literally hung on the gravity of the sun. So you can't even use that one. And circle doesn't mean ball, doesn't mean sphere. For me, though, it really was the firmament. That was the one that just, man, it sealed the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard, firm, supporting the waters above, attached to the earth, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars, and upon which his throne sits. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular, enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meanings of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words, which are not even remotely supported by the text nor the historical context in which the scriptures were written. Interestingly enough, I think this was just last week, some news articles came out just recently. Scientists, it says, our understanding of the cosmos could be fundamentally wrong, astronomers say. It says, our understanding of the universe could be fundamentally wrong, scientists have said. Newly released data from the Planck, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, telescope, which aimed to take very precise readings of the shape, size, and ancient history of our universe, suggests that there could be something wrong in our physics, according to a new paper. The issue could be an indication of a crisis in cosmology that may be as yet unrealized because of problems with our understanding of the shape of the universe, the authors of the new paper write. Scientists have long been convinced the universe was shaped like a sheet of paper. Interesting. They think the universe is flat, so why are they getting so upset about us when we're talking about the earth being flat? But a new paper suggests that could be wrong, and it's not flat, but rather closed. The authors of the new paper say that if it is correct, that the data from the telescope there suggests we are inside a closed universe. Interesting. Other articles coming out, same thing. You know, this was like all just last week, so perfect setup for us. It reminds me of a quote I heard quite some time ago by an individual named Robert Jastrow. For the scientist who has lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountain of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. I think that's exactly what's starting to happen in mainstream science. Now, what I hear from people all the time, especially people who don't agree with what I'm saying here, is, Rob, you're making Christians look stupid. Have you guys heard that before? This is making Christians look stupid. Okay, if that's your big concern, right? If that's what you're so concerned about, I'm going to help you out here. Right? Here's a news flash for you. We already look stupid. To pretty much everybody else out there that don't believe the same way we do. I mean, here are just a few of the crazy things we already believe in. A 6-day creation. They tell us the universe is almost 14 billion years old. To say that it was created in 6 literal days, completely absurd. We believe in 2 magic trees, a talking snake. Moses split the Red Sea with a staff that used to be a snake that could eat other staffs that turned into snakes. Interesting. A dude with a talking donkey, like on Shrek. The walls of Jericho come tumbling down to trumpet blasts. Joshua commanded the sun and the moon to stand still. Wow, that's pretty crazy. The length of a man's hair gave him superhuman strength. See, I'm growing my hair out. A few guys chilling out in a fiery furnace, remaining unharmed. A dude spends 3 days and 3 nights inside a fish, then gets out and starts preaching. Here's a big one for you. A Savior born of a virgin who walked on water, did miracles, died, rose again in 3 days, hung out for a few more weeks, then flew up into the sky like Superman with the promise of returning on a flying horse followed by a floating city. There are a lot more that I just couldn't fit on one slide. Okay? So if your big concern is looking stupid, you know, just embrace the madness. But, you know, I knocked on our side of it a little bit here. Let's look at some really stupid things. Let's look at modern cosmology and science that I believe Scripture rightly defines as falsely so-called. Let's look at real stupid. Have you ever heard of the game, you ever play the game Whisper Down the Lane, Whisper Down the Line, right? Who is most likely to have the truth, the one closest or the one farthest away from the original source information? closest, right? So the further back we go, we see almost unanimously across the ancient world, they believe we are on a circular, still flat Earth, set on pillars under a dome within which are the sun, moon, and stars. Now, there are variants within the cultures, but essentially you got the same model. Flash forward to the end of the line, and I heard we live on a spinning heliocentric ball in an ever-expanding universe. Something changed down the line, right? Now, when we think about the ancient past, who's smarter, us or them? I mean, the further back we go in time, the more we start seeing stuff like this. Megalithic structures and all kinds of stuff that people just can't, even today, with all our modern science and technology, we can't figure out how they did it. So what's the solution? Aliens must have done it. I mean, think about it. We're so smart, we think we came from monkeys, and we don't even know what gender we are anymore. I mean, how smart are we? Modern science is telling us that gender's fluid. No, I got news for you. It's not what's between your ears, it's what's between your legs that determines your gender. You know, for thousands of years, 6,000 years of recorded human history, nobody, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, it doesn't matter. Baby pops out, got something hanging down there, great. Hey, it's a boy. No, it's a girl, that's awesome. Right, if you want to get scientific, got an X and Y chromosome, boy, got 2X, girl. The fact that I actually have to explain this in the 21st century is proof of entropy. We're not getting better. We're getting worse. Way worse. Days of Noah, yeah, way worse. The only reason they think that way is because of evolution. So let's go after that. Let's talk about evolution and the big questions of how did we get here. Here's a video that explains more or less the current view of modern cosmology.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain the naturally occurring phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new theories about the enormity of the universe and our place in it. Theories that often have no room for God.
Many phenomena have appeared mysterious or miraculous or magical. And then through the process of science, we've eventually understood them. Scientists gradually realized that the sun really is just one star among a multitude of stars in a gigantic galaxy, having hundreds of billions of such stars. And all this was created in a Big Bang 13.7 billion years ago.
But while scientific theories, observations, and experiments tell us where we are in the cosmos, they don't answer the eternal questions. Why we're here, and who, if anyone, created us.
And the amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Okay? And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
We look out at other galaxies, on average they're moving away from us, and those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast, and those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there, it just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds, everything out there that we can see, touch, smell, or taste. And it doesn't add up to give us the gravity that we see operating in this universe. So really we should be calling it the dark force, because we don't know if it's made of matter. It could be a profound misnomer, sending people off in thought directions that might not really be the right path. So dark matter is just simply what we call this thing about which we know nothing, responsible for 85% of the gravity of the cosmos. It is the longest standing unsolved problem in modern astrophysics. Dark matter, dark energy. Everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So, according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
Beer. The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties. Some of them might have carbon and oxygen and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So then the explanation for the specialness of the universe is that we are winners in a gigantic cosmic lottery. It stands to reason that we couldn't be living and discussing this in a universe that was hostile to life. Only the bio-friendly ones get populated with thinking beings.
Having a multitude of universes is actually quite a simple and natural consequence of some of the most favored models for the birth and early evolution of our universe. It's kind of like stars and planets. As long as you have the capacity to make one, it's easy to make lots of them.
Oh, really?
Wow! Woohoo! Beer mug hyperspace multi-bubble verse. Really?
Beer.
Seriously? They're farting out beer bubble universes. Okay? That's what they're doing. Hey, I got an idea. Yep. Multi-beer bubble universe. And they call that science. And they make fun of us? Really? Yeah, I'm not going to take that from them anymore. I'm not going to sit here and let people who think they came from monkeys out of a beer bubble universe ridicule me for looking into what I'm looking into and considering, a possibility. If you guys can think about beer bubble universes, then I can think about a snow globe. Fair enough? Okay, let's move on.
Thank you. That's what they're calling science. So again, Christian, if you're worried about looking stupid, look at what they believe. Wow. It just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, talking about being off by 10 to the 120th power. Really? I think Nikola Tesla had it right, and he was starting to see it already in his day, in the beginning of the 20th century, right? Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's exactly what's happening. And you're seeing more and more articles popping up like this. This is just from a few months ago, April 30th, 2019, Scientific American. Cosmology has some big problems. If you read the article, it talks about, this individual right here says, compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experientially and indirectly. Pay attention here. Today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything. They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model that they've concocted in their head is involved every step of the way. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe. And so, despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations to the endeavor also increase the risk of being led astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. He goes on to say, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents for having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Why? Because inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances to accommodate almost any data, and because this proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification. This is probably because a crucial function of inflation is to bridge the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. So is it science or convenient invention? He concludes his article by admitting, quote, in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever. I just summarize that by saying, you know what is taught today as fact is really nothing more than unproven ad hoc theories based on presupposition derived from outlandish conjecture, which itself is contrived from sheer fantasy, all of which ends up beautifully illustrated by the hands of artists and published in textbooks as self-evident truth. That's what science has turned into today. All right, so let's move from the origin of the cosmos to issues of the earth and talking about the age of the earth and so forth. How old is the earth and how do we know? Well, for a long time there's been sort of this war between the ideas of uniformitarianism versus the older ideas of catastrophism. Charles Lyell's multi-volume Principles of Geology was published in the early 1830s. Its subtitle was An Attempt to Explain the Former Changes of the Earth's Surface by Reference to Causes Now in Operation. He was one of the major advocates of an idea known as uniformitarianism, that the Earth was shaped entirely by slow-moving forces still in operation today, acting over a very long period of time. This stood in direct opposition to catastrophism, which described geological changes coming about as the result of abrupt, violent changes. Thus, characters like Charles Lyell looked at the stripes in the rocks, right, and he just assumed millions of years. No proof, nothing. That's the best. That's his best explanation right there. But is it really the best explanation for what we see, and how accurate are our dating methods to begin with? I'm reminded of an analogy Kent Hovind used to give, talking about a creationist and an evolutionist looking out over the Grand Canyon. One of them looks at the Grand Canyon and says, wow, look at what the Colorado River did over millions of years. And the creationist says, wow, look what the flood of Noah did in a couple days. You know, your preconceived bias, right, determines how you look at the thing. Now, I already told you I come from a biblical worldview, so let's have a look at what the Bible has to say as a more plausible explanation for some of these things. And interestingly enough, as a young person, I stumbled across the works of this guy right here. How many of you ever heard of Immanuel Velikovsky? Anybody? Not a lot of people here. A couple of interesting books right there, Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. Those two books actually were instrumental in leading my dad to Christ in a bar in Vietnam. A guy was selling books there. He got those books, started reading them, and my dad was more like an agnostic at the time. But it got him to begin to question the paradigm and evolutionary thought and whatnot, and eventually he became a Christian himself. So those two books have quite a bit of meaning to me on a personal level. But here's a little video I cut together from some of the creation ministries talking about a better explanation for the geological features and the dating of the Earth.
What about the age of the Earth? Isn't there evidence for millions of years? And how do we understand all that? Well, first of all, let's look at what the Bible says. If you take the days of creation as ordinary days, and you take all those genealogies in Scripture, if you add it all up, 5 days before Adam, from Adam to Abraham, and then you add up from Abraham until today, you get about 6,000 years. Now, what about all the dating methods that seem to indicate billions of years? Actually, there are hundreds and hundreds of dating methods that you can use to age date things on the Earth. See, one creation scientist I know makes this statement. He says 90% of the methods you can use to age date things on the Earth contradict the billions of years. Only 10% even seem to give the billions of years. But all dating methods have fallible assumptions.
Nearly every textbook in Science magazine teaches that the Earth is billions of years old, and the primary dating method used for determining this is what is called radioisotope dating, or radiometric dating. Now, this is a reliable method for measuring absolute ages of rocks and the age of the Earth, right? First off, many scientists now regard the age of the Earth to be between 4.55 and 4.6 billion years old. Okay, so if this method is reliable and accurate, why the 50 million year discrepancy? That seems like a lot. But let's get into some details here and see what's going on. Keep in mind that there's all kinds of scientific jargon on this topic, and so we'll just present a very straightforward, simplified version. Radiometric dating is the process of estimating the ages of rocks based on the decay into other kinds of atoms. For instance, uranium will radioactively decay through a series of steps until it becomes the stable element called lead. The original element is called the parent element, and the end result is called the daughter element. Radioisotope dating is commonly used to date igneous rocks, rocks which formed when hot molten material cooled and solidified. The dating clock started when the rock cooled. During the molten state, it is assumed that the intense heat forced any gaseous daughter elements to escape. It is assumed that once the rock cooled, no more atoms escaped, and any daughter element now found in the rock is a result of radioactive decay since that rock formed. The decay rate is measured in terms of half-life. That is the length of time it takes half of the remaining atoms of a radioactive parent element to decay. Now, of course, that can be measured in a laboratory, and it is assumed that since we know the decay rate, we can calculate backwards and come up with the age of the rock. But is that all there is to it? Here's where it gets tricky. It's true we can measure a decay rate using observational science, but there's another kind of science that is required to accurately calculate dates for rocks, and that is what we call historical science. Historical science deals with the things in the past, and therefore it cannot be repeated and tested. Dating methods require both types of science, because in order to get accurate rock dates, one would have to accurately know both the decay rate and the initial conditions of the rock sample, right? Since radioisotope dating uses both types of science, we can't directly measure the ages of rocks. There are assumptions involved. For instance, how do we know what the initial conditions were in the rock sample? How do we know the amounts of parent or daughter elements now in that sample haven't been altered by other processes in the past? How does someone know the decay rate has remained constant since the rock formed? The answer is they don't. Let's simplify here and talk about a typical hourglass. Let's say you walk into a room and you see an hourglass with sand at the top and sand at the bottom, and some sand sprinkling from the top chamber to the bottom. Well, observational science would allow us to see and measure the sand, and then calculate how long the hourglass has been running, right? We could make our sand measurements and then calculate when the hourglass was turned over, right? Well, those calculations could be wrong, because we may have failed to consider some major assumptions, like, was there any sand at the bottom when the hourglass was turned over? Has any sand been added or taken out of the hourglass? Has the sand always been falling at a constant rate? Since we did not observe the initial conditions when the hourglass started, and we haven't been watching the sand all the time since then, we must make assumptions. All three of those assumptions can affect our time calculations. Now, of course, there's more to understanding all of this, but enough said.
The Earth's surface is scarred by deep canyons, cut into solid rock. But how did they form? A little bit of water over a long time, or a little bit of time with a lot of water? Modern rivers don't generally cut downward into solid rock, so today's river erosion seems incapable of explaining rock canyons. The Great Flood of the Bible, however, provides a possible explanation for such canyons. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens, located 95 miles south of Seattle, Washington, erupted. The eruption was triggered by an earthquake centered beneath the mountain that measured 5.1 on the Richter scale. The lateral blast swept out the north side of Mount St. Helens at 300 miles per hour. With temperatures as high as 660 degrees Fahrenheit and the power of 24 megatons of thermal energy, it snapped 100-year-old trees like toothpicks and stripped them of their bark.
Now eventually lava flows formed a new dome. 5 new domes actually.
all of which were destroyed by subsequent eruptions. But the sixth dome that formed between October 1980 and 86 is what you see today. It's composed of 2.6 billion cubic feet of lava, and it's quite young, having finished forming just over 30 years ago. Well, in 1996, geologists sent rocks from the lava dome to be radiometrically dated. Now, they used a method called potassium argon. Well, scientists measured how much potassium and how much argon are in the rock, and they calculate the age of the rock, right? But creation scientists have pointed out for years that there are some major problems with radiometric dating. One big one is all of the assumptions that it's grounded on. You must assume that the half-life is constant and that it never varies. You have to assume that there was no contamination. For example, no argon was present in the sample before the decay began. Well, that's a lot of unprovable assumptions. Now, if radiometric dating and the assumptions that it's founded on were accurate, well, then Mount St. Helens rocks should have yielded very young ages. After all, the rock was merely about a decade old. You see, the problem is they didn't. The rock gave an age of 350,000 years. When they dated the minerals within the rock, the problem got much worse. They gave dates of 2.4 million years. This is for a 10-year-old rock. Now, Mount St. Helens highlighted that we shouldn't blindly trust the dates given by radiometric dating. The assumptions clearly aren't accurate, so the dates that they give are also inaccurate. Instead of trusting a method that doesn't even give correct ages for rocks of known age, well, maybe we should trust the Bible's history, which tells us that our Earth is around 6,000 years old.
Before the famous eruption at Mount St. Helens, scientists were mostly familiar with slow-acting examples of geologic change. But at Mount St. Helens, geologists watched the Earth's surface change quite rapidly. Icebergs were buried in hot avalanche material. They melted and formed badlands in days. Eruptions on May 18 and June 10 produced fine layers in hours. On June 10, mud flows cut zigzag canyons 100 feet deep in soft sand and mud, complete with perpendicular side canyons. Canyons that are reminiscent of the geography of Grand Canyon, only 40 times smaller and clearly produced within hours. At Mount St. Helens, a single mud flow off the mountain carved Engineers Canyon out of soft sediment in a single day, 100 feet deep. And the same thing even happened in solid rock. A series of mud flows created Lewitt and Step canyons on the front face of Mount St. Helens, cutting hundreds of feet into solid rock over just a few years. Grand Canyon is a good example where we find evidence of catastrophic forces at work. Upstream is evidence of huge lakes. These lakes would never have formed if the canyon were already open below them. However, if these lakes had formed from rains after Noah's flood, and if the pressure of these waters broke through and carved through the recently deposited sediments, then we would expect to find surge deposits downstream. Below Grand Canyon, this is precisely what we find. Evidence of a lot of water cutting over a little bit of time. Even though Mount St. Helens is a very small catastrophe compared to the flood or the major catastrophes immediately following the flood, it provides a better clue to what happened in those times than the slow geologic processes which are most commonly seen in the present.
All right. Now that we've established that the Big Bang is complete and utter nonsense, and our dating methods are also full of crap, let's take a look at the absurdity of biological evolution. This is a typical description of biological evolution. You might see charts and things of like this, made out of a blob or in the image of God. Darwin and the standard model of evolution, right? How many of you have heard that we share 98% of our genome with chimpanzees? Have you guys heard that before? Taught in school? You know, that's one of the reasons they say we evolved from apes, because we supposedly share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the clip I'm about to show you is not from a creationist. It's from an evolutionary-minded group of people describing how they got those numbers. Check it out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? That wouldn't make sense in any other context. Nobody would buy that, right? Wow, okay. And this is why more and more scientists, even secular scientists, are starting to steer away from the standard Darwinian model. It's so full of holes and assumptions. In fact, when Francis Crick and James Watson discovered DNA, they immediately knew this could not have evolved by random chance mutation. So what is their solution? Aliens! Aliens must have done it, right? The late Nobel Prize winner, Professor Francis Crick, along with British chemist Leslie Oriel, proposed the theory of directed panspermia in 1973. A co-discoverer of the double helical structure of DNA molecule, Crick found it impossible that the complexity of DNA could have evolved naturally. So good thing Giorgio wasn't around back then, right? Panspermia, I don't know, therefore aliens. The idea of panspermia was born. The idea of ancient aliens must have seeded our world, kick-started evolution. And this is now becoming the new standard. Thus, when asked if intelligent design was a plausible solution to the evolution of man, this is what Professor Richard Dawkins had to say.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts, proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it. A petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak. A vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser. A misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. But that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
I'm skeptical of the claim.
I'm skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
Yes, skeptical.
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 Skeptical of claims
For the ability of random mutations
and natural selection
to account for the complexity.
To account for the complexity of life.
Careful examination
of the evidence
for Darwinian theory should be encouraged.
So we have a crisis in cosmology and apparently a crisis in biology going on at the same time. You know, if biological evolution here requires the intervention of intelligence, who created those other beings? You see, all they're doing is pushing the problem further out. You know, eventually you got to get to a first cause. And ideally, you really got to get to how does a first self-replicating cell manifest itself out of non-living material, right? I mean, you got to get, you can't just go to chimps. You got to go further back than that, right? Well, I mean, they're forced to go on faith. Ooh, that's that crazy religious word, right? Because they have no evidence for what they're talking about. And yet, over and over and over again, we're seeing stuff like this, aren't we? Article after article talking about other Earth-like planets out there. You know, there could be 1 billion Earths in our galaxy alone, 40 billion, 8.8 billion. Oh, and incidentally, they're finding all these Earths by looking through telescopes millions of light years away, or even thousands of light years away. Both are absurd. You know how far a light year is? Yeah, it's nearly 6 trillion miles. They're telling us they're spotting black holes 55 million light years away. If they got telescopes that powerful, turn the telescope on the moon. I want to count the rivets on the buggy. Or shut up. You're full of crap. There's no way you're looking that far out there, but they're always pumping it in your head. There's other Earths-like out there because they have to. They have to prop up their theory, you know, that there are ancient aliens out there. Over and over and over again. Well, this next video shows how life forming from non-living matter is simply impossible, whether we're talking about here on Earth or elsewhere in the cosmos.
What is faith? It is belief in the absence of evidence. Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence.
When I talk to the public about astronomy and this question of life elsewhere in the universe, the most commonly held viewpoint I encounter is surely it's impossible that we could be alone in the universe. After all, how could it be amongst this unimaginable number of opportunities for life to get going? It only happened once, only here. And this is a viewpoint held by many scientists and talking heads in popular media too.
Do you think that there is life outside of Earth, intelligent life in the universe?
Absolutely, there is life elsewhere, and almost certainly intelligent life. It has to be. The odds are just overwhelming. There's 200 billion stars in this galaxy. Well, now it looks like every star has about 10 planets, so there's almost certainly intelligent life.
I assume it's the most frequently asked question, are we alone?
My best guess is that the universe is teeming with life.
There's surely other civilizations out there in the universe. There are 350 billion galaxies out there in the universe.
But an argument based solely on statistical grounds comes with a fatal flaw, and that is that it is perfectly plausible that the probability of life starting from scratch, which we call abiogenesis, is a number which is so small that it greatly outweighs the number of opportunities, the number of worlds out there in the universe for life to get going. For example, if the probability of life beginning is 1 in septillion, say, then the case for a crowded universe evaporates. What is the probability of abiogenesis? At a basic level, we certainly know that no lab experiment here on Earth has ever succeeded in creating what we would call life from chemical broths with conditions similar to that of the early Earth. This was first famously attempted by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey in 1952 at the University of Chicago. In what is now often considered the classic abiogenesis experiment, they exposed a beaker of water, methane, ammonia, and hydrogen to gentle heating and electrical sparks which emulated lightning. Now, many organic molecules were produced in this experiment, including 20 amino acids. But neither in that experiment, nor in any experiment since, have we observed the spontaneous production of complex proteins, nor DNA, nor indeed something crawling out of the test tube.
Language is recognizable, even if you can't read it. Take Morse code. It has 3 basic parts: dots, dashes, and spaces. These 3 simple parts are combined to represent letters. There are 26 letters in the English language, which are combined to form over 400,000 words. Those words can, of course, be combined into an infinite number of sequences or sentences. There is evidence that DNA represents a language. 4 basic units, called nucleotides, combine into a code for 20 amino acids. From those few amino acids, the body forms more than 100,000 proteins. Even if you can't read DNA, it still has all the hallmarks of language, a language that biologists are just now beginning to crack. Every tiny cell in our body is packed with 3 feet of DNA, 3 billion nucleotides. The similarity between DNA and human language is uncanny. In addition to codes, both use similar techniques to pack, access, rearrange, copy, and translate information. DNA seems to represent a language, the language of life. An unseen author, the creator of heaven and earth, has left a testimony of his existence in the DNA of every living thing.
For those who believe in evolution, they believe that matter gave rise to life. You've got to understand, matter had to give rise to zillions and zillions and zillions and zillions of bits of information. And over millions of years, information keeps coming from matter, new information to form all the different kinds of animals and plants, zillions of bits of information. You know what's interesting? We've never seen matter produce 1 bit of brand new information that never previously existed, not even 1 bit.
When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that.
This is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario, because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form, so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems, and the way they do this is they build these racks, but same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B, and then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A or AB. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company. All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. What you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, you see, scientists understand how life formed. Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals, assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
So what do I say when someone asks me, do you believe there is life elsewhere in the universe? Carl Sagan once famously wrote that faith is belief in the absence of evidence. And honestly, any scientist who says there has to be life out there is putting forward a position of faith, not one supported by observational evidence and statistical reasoning.
So where are we putting our faith? ultimately. When it comes to belief, here are our choices. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth. We got here from Goo to You by way of the zoo. Or, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and E.T. seeded the goo to make you. Basically, these are our choices, guys. When you proceed from a false premise, your conclusions are going to be sheer madness. This is why we have so many crisis scenarios going on in so-called modern science. And it brings me to my last slide here. Which one is it then? We have all our government-funded textbooks telling us we live on an oblate spheroid. We have this guy saying, no, it's a pear shape. You have NASA and other government organizations like NASA showing us perfectly spherical worlds, and then you have the Bible saying, nope, you live in a snow globe. So which one is it? I say, look, as for me and my house, let God be true, every man a liar. You can laugh at me, you can mock me for saying that, but if you believe you're an evolved ape that got here from Goo to You by way of the zoo out of a rock that was spit out of an exploding dot, you don't have the intellectual high ground in this discussion. Sorry to break it to you. And when it comes to evidence, my whole life experience points to the truth of the scriptures. I've had no reason to doubt it. And then when you start seeing other evidence like this, it just confirms all the more that I'm going to trust it for cosmology as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back next time.
Join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat Earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
these other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief. And I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly. Because I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Whitsitt. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring him back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then. Me.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and equal conversation. You guys know the drill. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically. So everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
guess there's other ways. Look at a reflection in water or something.
Well,
but
if you didn't have
but you can see all the other people. You can feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you can feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean,
I'm not-
no. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
Science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts and in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But But that's just
many aspects. With many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance,
right.
distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of that star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Yeah. Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star. It is the peak of the triangle, but looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax, but for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right, simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Cat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? Like, oh, this is what he's going to do, and he's going to make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. You know what I mean? I can only really speak for myself. Oh, by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
Well, I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Bouldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? I can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
Not
much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. Like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
sorry, do I have what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
We're gonna put a pin on specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby?
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
Got it. Yes.
The one here. So
okay.
You should
So
have
there's
perms. Yeah, you have perms.
yeah.
Does it have any perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
He can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like this isn't a debate forum like you're used to. I would say this is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't, if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers. This is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the... I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dogpile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document, so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slagging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dogpile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people come in through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted a couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimetre over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
The rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes, they are.
That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They built the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it set, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water
I know that,
and adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built, have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. As I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
Yeah, I'm just asking, is this
the Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank?
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah, because I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filmed in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah. Okay, may I? I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship. Let me see if there. I think there's. Is there any images there of it? I don't. Well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings.
I'm sorry? I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is the curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least you got your saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm going to have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment. And
Level,
guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
they never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right. Level. And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. But that's
right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level.
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital L-E-V-E-L. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right? Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on, do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No. I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on, I'm stopping you because we already know that definition because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not.
if you're just talking,
and the point with hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable.
noted.
If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from two spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can dismiss
no, it
it
isn't.
as
No,
it is
no, it isn't.
unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal.
How would you falsify it?
What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I drop the plumb line 90 degrees from that, it's horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
if
and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
The perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, two plums, and each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but
exactly.
No, they wouldn't.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter height, if you like. So over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters, so no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters? How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
your level and our level. Your level's called radial
guys,
level.
Can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
I just put 100. Sorry,
I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that. But we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway. And there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? It's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us what give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes, they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from.
Just a quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's the possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't, it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork as in what you think the stars are using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe Earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
Are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality, and we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
You're going to let me speak.
You have to admittedly say it's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is. If they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
This is your best assumption.
Yes, all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, the best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That is your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
Rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer line.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Audience, let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that, so now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? I don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord?
The best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. We're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question. There's only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality, because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord, because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counterexample. Here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams, because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying, with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of them things.
No, absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual form. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual form that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it's best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down in a chair. And,
okay, well,
I'd say that's it. Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. Hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
Oh, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything. And I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen, because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir. And until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold.
Science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said, just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
Well, that's
with
what
science,
you're doing. You're sensible. You just said the star of plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
No. What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a damn good.
Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to implore here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and it's askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be. With the I call it the lore, because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. And sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by...
No, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet. But we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because that doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us that you can't use it. Now you're using it.
No, hold on.
You're contradicting yourself, aren't you?
No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation, no, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed I pointed something out to you, but like, listen,
that is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive at.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. You know, lawyers speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat Earth and globe Earth, because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards. Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships looking at the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're going to tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're going to tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you're
all to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does it make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking
It tells
you.
us how much
For a matter of fact, we want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So
It's it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you. It's
100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes credible witness.
That's how shit
If you're
works.
100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witnessed it. Two people witnessed it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there.
Wow.
The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
Not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because you're not, that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we didn't take into account.
So you want to bring something up to get it? This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either you
Which
know
one
or you don't.
Is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because you don't listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.99999% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
Oh, it's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mctoon.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold
to.
on. I just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live stream.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because
it?
I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that you can explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
You know what? Post a link to it.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. And I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate, it's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his. And it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right. Well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, Anyway, you were jumping away from
I
the
think you
subject,
need to
which was my mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God! Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh
because
my God.
all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Got off and got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then
so
leave.
come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
On
you
anything,
can come.
yeah. If you're 100% sure on anything, yeah, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced
That is
yourself.
propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon. Which
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out. That you don't know, but, like,
someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you
there
sure
is
he's
a
a
clip.
guy?
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me speak.
Are you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't read evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed their mind.
Is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No. He said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're
okay. Which means by definition, you're not scientific about this. And not honest
your
about it.
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock yourself out. Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So.
Okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Get the fuck out of here!
Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Rifle it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not a direct measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time. Recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it,
man.
Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. That inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie, and there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea and then
Check. Why is my live stream so quiet? Hey. Why aren't you talking up a storm, Crit?
Yeah, I just been there was some stuff playing earlier, and then I just didn't realize it had gone quiet.
Yeah, how come AI doesn't go into a long dissertation? I love those. Even if you are working on your own teeth. We don't mind. Anymore. That's pretty good. That could be a whole lyric to a song. Even if you are working on your own teeth, we don't mind anymore.
sunny shine. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I work my ass off during the day, man. I clean, I wash my own clothes. I make my own water, have a distiller. So I'm really busy.
That's nice. I wish I had a reverse osmosis. So I'm going to get me one.
No, mine's just a vapor distiller. Just boil a big pot, boils it. Yeah, I can make booze with it if I want. But.
Yeah, those are nice too.
Yeah, but the other one, reverse osmosis, that sounds pretty good as well.
Yeah, I think I want one of those. That way you can do it. All you got to do is have water pressure to push it through the membrane.
Yeah.
You can fill a big 55-gallon drum up and put it on a platform, and then put a valve on the bottom, and that would be enough pressure.
I don't know. I just like the quality of the water that's been vapor distilled for some reason. It's just it tastes different. Yeah.
It's because there's nothing in it at all.
I usually put a pinch of Himalayan sea salt in it.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you need to do. Yep. Good idea. Yeah, the Himalayan sea salt, or even they got some pink salt here in Utah. Somewhere they mine, there's a big vein of salt, and it's kind of a pink, light pink color. Right. And it's got all kinds of different minerals and whatever in it. But yeah,
from ancient oceans, probably from that ancient ocean we talk about.
Yeah,
the inland sea that you actually quite a couple of them.
Yeah, there is. In fact, that's what all big salt mines are. At some point, aren't they? Didn't they used to be some kind of ancient seabed or something? I don't know. They got some pretty big salt mines that I've seen, where there's a 50-foot tall vein of pure salt. They're just going down there, scooping it up and taking it out. Free money.
That's cool.
Almost. If I had any brains, like I think I have, if I had brains when I used to have money, around here, there's a lot of gravel pits that are been purchased up on the side of the hill. It's, I would have loved to have opened up a gravel pit because it's just free money. You scoop it up and you put it in a truck and sell it, It's really crazy. Sell the bigger rocks for, landscaping. The small stuff for road base, make your own road base, whatever. It's all free though. You scoop it up, process it a little bit, put it together in whatever form that sells, and it's free. Scoop it up. Of course, you got to have some heavy equipment, all that stuff to do that. But I know some guys. This one guy I know bought one 20 years ago. Bought a gravel pit. He's like a millionaire now. So.
Well, I'm about to cooking some bacon once again. I had bacon last night with cherry chocolate chip ice cream with bacon on top. That was really good.
I'm sure it probably is good.
Super. Like crunchy bacon with the ice cream. It was fantastic. So I'm going to roll up a big doobie, smoke one, and then go in a freaking hot bath, super hot bath. Because I have some kind of lice on me. It's not glamorous to talk about having parasites, but I found the epicenter because I'm always outside and I'll sit down, like I'll put something down like a tarp and sit down outside. But I'm just a nature kind of person. I didn't realize I had a bunch of bugs in my helmet.
Oh, bummer.
They've been feeding on me. I have so that's the one thing I do every single day. So I boiled water. I poured boiling water over it. This is the second time, but I took the whole thing apart. Now, the first time I just rinsed it off with hot water, really, and probably 60 to 80 bugs came out of my helmet.
Wow.
So now I did it again. And obviously, pieces of the material are probably starting to come off too. But at least 50 to 80 more. So I think I got them all now. And I think that was the epicenter of these freaking creatures, man. They're freaking gnarly. They literally bore right into your freaking skin and start feeding on you. Then they go into your layers of your clothes and the seams of your clothes and lay eggs. Then they go back and continue feeding on your body. And so I would have everybody check your shoes. If you live in colder climates like God Rocket, you probably don't have to worry about this. It's probably too cold. You probably don't have many of these kind of things around.
Right. No, I've never. Never encountered.
They're in people's shoes, and I would check around your toilet seat as well.
Now, the kids that go to school around here, every now and then they'll come home with lice in their head.
Most of the time, those are head lice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that only live in your scalp.
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I've never seen it. It's my own two
These
eyes.
other ones are called body lice, and what they do is they'll get in your shoes, or like I said, my helmet. They must have fallen out of trees, or probably I dropped my helmet or set it down on the ground or something for some stupid reason. They just crawl right in, and then they're freaking everywhere. I see them on washing machines. Like freaking now, I'm super paranoid. So you can't believe how clean I am now. I totally had a reverse. I cleaned freaking everything, and I started as soon as I'm done wearing my clothes at the end of the day, I drop them in a bucket to be washed with boiling water, at least 150-degree water. So now I have to do my sleeping bag again and my freaking pillows. I don't know. The only thing I do with the pillows is dry them in a dryer. But if you don't trust the dryer temperature, then what do you freaking do? You're going to have to wash them in bleach in hot water and then wait till the suckers dry. You know how long pillows take to dry?
Probably a week or more.
About 5 days. And that's with ventilation probably. By that time, they have enough chance to reclaim their freaking bug territory.
Repopulate.
Yeah. And in 30 days, their nits can live for up to 30 days. But I think the boiling water kills I think it kills all of it, everything.
Nice.
So I've used alcohol solution. I've used tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, pine sol, bleach. I'll use like these. I have sprays that I make myself with all those kind of things. They don't have a chance.
To the alchemist, Sonny. Yeah, it's been awfully cold here. There's no doubt this winter. We got a whole different thing going on this winter here. I still got 8 inches of snow in my front yard, and it snowed last night about 2 inches again. It's snowing really hard in southern Utah right now. It was all over the news, big blizzard going on down there. And we got on top of the mountains, there's 20 feet of snow. 20 friggin' feet. So we're going to have quite the runoff this spring. And when I was a kid, there used to always be 20 feet on top of the mountains. But it hasn't been that way for probably 10 years or so. This year now, all of a sudden, we got 20 feet up there. So we're going to have a good runoff. Lots of water. So we'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to be enough to bring up Lake Powell and Lake Mead, but a lot of the water from Utah goes to Lake Powell and then it's Lake Mead. So they're going to get a lot better runoff this year. Let's put it that way.
Probably going to be a lot more water coming because we're getting hit with another set of fronts that are coming from the Pacific full of water.
Yeah.
And these things, like it's been raining here every day the last 2 days.
Right.
Which is odd for it to rain 2 days in a row here. But we've had weeks.
New Zealand's really getting hit hard. It's this raining they've never seen before. Washing houses off the mountain. A friend of ours is on Discord here.
A bunch of typhoons are pumping up in the South Pacific and the Pacific, and they're coming across. And the ones that are coming from, like the Gulf of Japan, that come across and end up over here, are quite violent. Actually, they knocked down. Actually, the last couple storms we've a couple of the 120-year-old trees that grow in the park here were knocked down. I mean, these trees were planted in 1900 and 1905. Pretty amazing, man. Those things don't come down often. You see those big ones come down, you're like, holy crap. I'm just glad I wasn't around the park when those things are falling because they literally took out fences, like completely crushed, like chain link fences, the whole thing, boom, and brick walls. This one came through a whole brick wall, just bam, all the way down to the ground.
Wow. I had a big pine tree fall down right in front of my house here. It was like, I don't know, 7 years ago. We had a little mini tornado that went through. Wow. And it went through this. Have you ever seen trees planted where they use them for like a windrow? Where they plant a long, tall line of trees for a windrow?
Yeah.
It went right through that, and it ripped out the trees, and it made a hole in the windrow of trees. And they were thrown all over the roads around my house, and there was a house that was moved off its foundation. I had a big pine tree, literally 12 feet from my sliding doors, and it tipped over. The hurricane or the tornado blew it over, and it crushed this Nissan Pathfinder in the parking lot, and it went right over the top, right in the center, and crushed it all the way. The lid was like about a foot from the floorboard. And the kid that was in it had just barely gotten out of his car, and he was holding on to the fender well outside, trying to keep him getting blown away with the tornado. And the tree hit, and it bounced the car up onto his foot. And it took him 4 hours to get the car off his foot because the tree was so heavy. They had to bring in like fire trucks, and I'm not sure what equipment they used. Some kind of like hydraulic jack they had to put underneath the tree. Took him 4 hours to get it off his foot, and he lost two toes and half part of his foot and everything. His name was Vince. He was standing and right above me with some girl, and almost killed him. I mean, if he would have been in the car, there's no way he could have survived. No way. The lid of the car was literally 10 inches from the floorboard inside the car, and this tree was like huge. It was like, I don't know, 60, 70 feet tall. And it just pushed it over like it was nothing. Ripped the roots out. There was a hole you could jump down in where the roots came out with the tree and tipped over. There was a 10-foot round hole that was probably 6 feet deep. You could jump down in there, and it was as deep as my head was around. Just down the roots that got pulled out from that tornado. It was a trip. I remember I was screaming when my friend said, Vince was in the car. I seen him get in there. And so I jumped out and trying to yell his name. And there was hail about the size of quarters hitting me. And I'm like, fuck, man, I was getting attacked by hail. Hurt like a son of a bitch. But I'm screaming Vince's name as loud as I can from my right as I stepped out of my door and getting hit with all this hail. And then I seen his hand come up just above the side of the car, seen his hand wave, and I thought he was in the car, crushed, because it looked like he put his hand out the window and like waved up just barely above the roof a little bit, and I thought, oh fuck, Vince is in there trapped, crushed, and then I ran out there, and he was on the outside of the car with the tire, jumped up and landed on his foot, So I went and got a blanket and covered him up. Called the fucking fire, or called the police and the ambulance and all that shit. Yeah, it was on the news and everything. The news was out here in front in the parking lot. It was pretty crazy. I put my blanket over him and left it. Took him something to drink and tried to comfort him as best I could while he was sitting there with his foot getting completely crushed. Couldn't move. Poor guy. But yeah, hail's wicked when it's big like that. It hurts when it hits you. It hurts like a motherfucker, boy. Quarter-inch size fucking hail. I can imagine a baseball size hit you in the head to probably kill you. When you came on and started hollering, why is it so quiet in here? I was looking at 50-foot sailboats for sale. Yeah, a 37-footer for $2,500. That's cheap. I don't know what's wrong with it. Is that a real price, Sonny? Like, she's got a Hunter sailboat. Doesn't say how big it is. I'll have to click on it. They only want $5,000 for it. That's cheap. What could that be?
Yeah, I'm just having some trouble finding a surface that my mouse works on. Took me like a couple tries, but anyway, yeah, a Hunter's a good solid sailboat. So it's a 37 for $2,500.
No, $5,000 for this. I don't know how long it is. I can't.
That's still pretty good.
I can't see how big it is for $5,000. The one that was $2,500 was, and let's see. It's
where are you finding these?
Just I went online and looked at 50-foot sailboats for sale.
I'm telling you, man, there's some sailboats that could be gotten for a steal right now.
Right. Yeah, there's
especially if you had 3 or 4 people that went in partnerships. You could easily buy a $10,000 boat and go anywhere.
Here's one in Catalina, 28-foot sailboat.
Nice
Catalina,
size.
28-footer. It's $12,000 pre-owned. It's a 1993, and it's 28. That's not a bad price, is it?
That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I have to go in the other room, so I'm going to be away from the mic for just a little while I'm at my kitchen table. Just a moment.
I'll leave you be.
No, it's okay. I wanted to chime in on the sailboat, because I wouldn't mind finding one. Next year should be good.
Yeah, Niles, this guy he goes by Stormfire. You probably know him. He lives in California somewhere. He's been looking for a sailboat for a long time. He really wants to buy one bad. He lives somewhere.
I think I've talked to him before about this.
Yeah, probably have.
I thought he actually bought a boat.
I don't think so. Not yet.
That might be someone else.
I know he's looking at some. I know he's definitely looking. But if I was to get one, I would want one at least 50 foot long myself. But a 50-footer is probably going to be, probably $50,000. I don't know, for a good one. $187,000 for this one. $169,000. $171,000 for a 50-footer. So yeah, they're really expensive. But they would have 2 cabins on them and all that kind of stuff, right? On a 50-footer, you would have a mainstay cabin and a crew cabin, probably, right? But anyway, God, here's one for $11,000. Holy shit, it's a 30-footer. What a nice fucking boat. Got a picture of the inside of it. It's actually not a bad fucking boat, man, let me tell you. Unbelievable. The price can't be right. It just can't be right. That was 11,000. It cannot be right. This is too nice. It's too fucking nice. It cannot be true. What a nice boat. Holy fuck. Unreal.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello?
Lousy! We can see Woodwick. Dustin Echoes. I don't like you, Dustin Echoes.
haven't seen anything. Mic check. Get quiet. No one talking up today.
Oh. Anybody here?
Yeah. Someone seems to be having dinner online, I think. Or breakfast. Whatever.
Oh, you're right, mate.
I just found the place was so quiet, so I just said maybe it's working that way.
Mate, do you want to hear some hard facts?
What was that?
Right, basically.
Clownsy is a globe earther.
I'm not, mate, and I'm about to prove you wrong. So basically, so do you know when you're on an aeroplane?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate, if the world was round, you would be constantly changing altitude because you'd be like going in a different direction to go in the way with the Earth. But because the world is flat, you don't change altitude, and it's just a straight line from one place to another. It's not like a curve. And if the altitude changed, then it might be a bit more obvious, but it just doesn't. So, and yeah, just straight facts.
One of the most difficult things to find on Earth is actually the curvature.
If we lived on a ball, it would be constant chaos. Everyone understands this. I mean, the rotation, it would be just constant chaos. And there's no way humans could not survive living on a ball, flying through space, spinning, rotating around the sun. It's an impossibility. I mean, it's total chaos, havoc, impossible. There'd be no atmosphere. There's just so many things about it that make it so ridiculous. How they can argue for it, I have no idea. It's so bizarre to me to think that they could actually believe that we're on this spinning wet ball rocket going through space at all these astronomical speeds, inside of a vacuum. I mean, everything about it is totally bizarre, impossible, and ridiculous. And why they can't see that, I guess the indoctrination, the fear of being ostracized, the fear of being called an idiot or whatever. But when the truth finally comes out, I mean, when they finally see that this spinning wet ball rocket scenario is a complete impossibility, it violates natural law. It's a death ride. There's no way. No one would even live on something like that. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, I'm done ranting.
Yeah,
Somebody else will be on this board, but because I just can't stand arguing about something that's so impossible and ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, basically, mate, as the world, like if we spin around, we get dizzy. So, like, if the world's constantly spinning, why don't we get dizzy? Because then, if you think about it, mate, if we spin like the opposite direction that the world is spinning, then realistically, we shouldn't be able to get dizzy. I know that apparently Earth is rotating at a slower speed, but it's not, because even if it was rotating, then the physics would just prove it differently. Honestly, all these little round earthers need to get a grip, because the world is flat, and it's just proven.
No, it's just quite frankly, it is literally impossible for there to be a wet spinning ball rocket screaming through a vacuum It's impossible. You can try and argue for it all you want, but it is literally an impossibility. And everyone would be dead instantly. I mean, it would never be populated in the very first place. It'd be just be complete havoc, constant, no, it's too much. It's way too much. That's all there is to it.
It's literally, is Widowy as flat as Wood Wake? Widowy.
If it was a ball, there will be no air also.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a fact here for you. So, the Bedford level experiment is a series of observations carried out along a 6-mile length of the old Bedford River from the Bedford level of the Cambridgeshire Fens in the United Kingdom during the 19th and early 20th century to measure the curvature of the Earth. Samuel Burley Rowbottom, who conducted the first observation starting in 1938, claimed that he had proven the Earth to be flat. That means that the Earth is flat. Just facts. Hey guys, hey, if you're new here, just know that the Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, but the way I see it is that on a geological level, the Earth cannot physically be round because, with the way gravity works and that, yeah, technically you could just start falling, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To know what is gravity.
Go on, mate. Go on, you speak.
Yeah, what is gravity?
And if you think about it, if the world was round, then, you'd have people like Australians who would just be upside down. But, they're not upside down. So it just proves that the Earth is flat.
Well, I hate to tell everybody, but, maybe nobody wants to hear this, but I'll make it real short and real sweet. The Bible got it right. It says that the Earth cannot be moved, will not move, and does not move. Mentions it 3 or 4 times. Says that it's mounted on a foundation. Now, how does a ball fit on a foundation? I have no idea. And then it says it's also mounted on pillars that go down into the great deep. Guess what it says about the great deep in the Bible? It's frozen. So obviously the pillars go down to what's called frozen water, which keeps us solid, immovable, firm in place. They're also covered with a firmament. This water's above, water's below. The earth is not holding the water is holding the earth. And then what I mean is the different forms of water, like ice underneath. Pillars go into it, mount very firmly, very solid, to hold us in place. Water's above, water's below. Dome over the top, hold the atmosphere in. Stars and moon, all mounted within the firmament, like the Bible says. It all works perfectly. It's made for a clock. It says it also in there. It's to be used for a clock so that we know what time to plant our crops, the seasons, all the different things. Everything that the sky tells us, that's what it's used for. It's literally a clock for us to go by so we know what time of year it is, when to, like I said, plant your crops, blah, 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 when to expect winter coming, summer coming, all that kind of stuff. It's all this, and it's all explained in the Bible. And why does it happen to be so perfectly right? Why does it just match up to exactly what we experience? We experience an immovable earth. We experience the stars and the sun and the moon moving overhead in this fantastic sky called heaven. Yeah. I'll end with that. But there's even more than what the Bible says about the earth, and it explains it quite. That's a pretty good description of what we experience. In my opinion, we're not moving. Why? We're mounted on a foundation, and pillars support the foundation that go down into the frozen water. It's all in the Bible, folks. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, you're spitting facts there, mate. I've seen that in the Bible, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I am an atheist, but I have read the Bible, and in John 5, section 14, it says that thy earth and the heaven with its weather is thine horizontal for he who wandereth. That just proves in the Bible, for all you religious people out there, that it just proves that the earth is flat. And if you're religious, you just can't go against the Bible. Just how it is.
That's right. Take shape like clay under seal as well. It's a stamp, like a stamp of a seal. That's exactly, and that says the mountains stand out like a garment. Like a garment on a ring. The mountains and the topography stand out like a garment. It's all in the Bible, bros. I mean, I could go on for hours of all the different things that describe the earth, and it just happens to match exactly where we live. I'm so sorry for these Globers. But one day, they're going to realize that whoever wrote that Bible knew exactly where we lived, and probably was the Word of God that explained it to these people. That's why it's right. That's why it works. It's a perfect fit. It's a perfect match. It explains everything that we experience. Sorry about your luck, guys.
Yeah. There are just so many contradictions in the globe Earth. We just need just one to prove that it's not a globe. We don't need many. Just one is enough. And I think the black swan is a killer. Do you think?
And this refraction bullshit that they use is all a big lie. It doesn't bend light. I've looked and looked. It reflects and deflects light. It breaks light up. It would make the picture all muddy and it would be more broken up. It doesn't send the light in one direction. It depends very much on this incident of angle that hits this water molecule that's in the air. Let's say it's a little round droplet, and this light ray hits it and hits it on top of this, up above center on this light. Why don't you go look at the different examples that shows light hitting water and the different angles that the light takes. It depends on the angle of incident where the light comes in contact with this humidity. And it sends the light in the direction depending on on the angle of that on the incident where the light hit that water droplet or particle of water, whatever the humidity, whatever they want to do, you call it. But it doesn't bend light; it sends it in another straight line direction. Period. That's all it says anywhere. And I've looked and looked and looked in all the different examples about what refraction is. Never, it doesn't say it bends light. It never says it. Never says that once in all the experiments that are run by all these different scientists and blah blah blah. They show all these diagrams and drawings. It always sends the light off in another straight line direction. And they basically said that in air, it takes two mediums to actually bend light. And more air is not two mediums. Air and more dense air is not two mediums. Air and warm air, cold air, is not two different mediums. It's still air, and it's very low refractive reaction for the light as it goes through air. It's very, very low, and it's not a bending situation. It's like I said, look it up. Look at all the examples you can find online where it talks about refraction. It talks about deflection and reflection. It deflects it, reflects it in a totally different direction in another straight line. It doesn't just go a little bit down, a little bit down. The angle of incidence would have to be perfect. Every time that light struck a piece of humidity in the air, it would have to hit that particle or that droplet in exactly the same spot every time to where it had it go down just a tiny bit. Then it would have to have another one where the angle of incidence was perfectly the exact same one, same exact spot, and then send it down a little bit more, which would give it the appearance of a curve, but it would be all these little tiny short lines one after another. That's so impossible. I mean, it's not going to make two in a row that are the exact same angle of reflection or deflection. That's not even going to happen. And two exactly the same, one after another. No, sorry, it's not going to happen. All this refraction shit's all bullshit. They're making this stuff up as they go. There's nothing in any scientific experiment anywhere you can find anywhere that says that it bends light in air. It does not happen. Folks, these guys are lying to you. They're a bunch of liars because it's not there. They do give a very good explanation of what refraction is, and it does not have anything to do with bending light, and it doesn't have anything to do with it in one medium either. This is just not there. They say it's so little, so it's not even worth thinking about. It doesn't do anything. And what it does is it breaks it up and makes the picture like less clear because it sends the light in all these different directions. I mean, it's very clear when you look it all up and study all the experiments and all the different people trying to explain what refraction is. Not one of them tells you that it bends light in air and air alone. They will come up with all this horse shit about plastic, not in reality, glass, not in reality. I mean, all these examples of where light's being bent, but you can't find any of them in reality. Not one. You're going to find this situation out over the water where you got a piece of glass, a piece of plastic, some cold salt water, some other water with some sugar in it, or, all these different, bullshit where they come up with this bendy light. Yeah, you can bend light if you want to start bringing in all these magical fucking bullshit like glass and plastic and, salt water or clear water, whatever, all these very different things that have nothing to do with reality. Not one thing. And it says very clearly that refraction is almost, it's not even worth worrying about. It doesn't do really anything. And what it does do is muddies up the picture. It just tends to light in all different directions, so you end up with not so clear of a picture. That's what it says, and that's all the experiments tell you. Period. You can look all you want. I spent weeks, literally weeks, looking for any way, shape, or form that you could bend light through air. It's not there. It doesn't happen. They're liars.
Do you know what else is never refracted? The runway.
Right, yeah, mate.
Yeah, because if things were refracted, at the same time, they need to switch to their geometric position, and that never happens to the runway.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with you, to be honest. But it's like, also, in the Bible, Joseph 1, section 15, it says, "My holy son, who watereth the plains of lands between, embodied by the flame of ambition, shall not travel on an earth which is round as it is flat." See, I've got that. But then also, do you know when the earth has an eclipse? Have you ever wondered why the eclipse happens at the same time as every part of the earth? Surely the side that's facing away from the sun shouldn't have an effect by the eclipse, but because all parts of the earth get affected by the eclipse at the same time, that just proves that all of Earth is on the same level, which means that all of Earth is just flat. It's just a flat line.
That's some navigation. We can get up to 2,000, 3,000 miles on a flat plane. That is impossible on a globe.
But it's like
personally, sorry, Lance, for interrupting there, but personally, I think the only way to prove either one, like I'm a strong believer. I guarantee no one here has ever been to space, so no one can actually prove which is either there, here or there. You know what I mean? But it's funny how like every picture we see of the Earth on Google or something is the exact same. I think it's just a big old green screen.
I agree with you fully there, mate. You know, because it could be just like NASA and all these other space companies, because they're really the only people who have been outside. You know, outside the, outside the Earth to see what it's like.
Well, see, that's where I would disagree. I mean, you believe that because they told you that. Also, the place that they, because there's an exit point, but that's only because they told you that. So when you think about the sky, you can only think of the parameters in which they told you about. So when people say, well, we'll never be able to prove either or because the space that they told you about, you could never get there to figure it out. So that's mental trap number one. But even if you were to get out of that mental trap, you would still think, well, they've been there. Been where? Have they been in Narnia? Have they? What's that? I don't know. Like, people still don't understand how much of a belief they have on the sky that is the residue of the previous religion that we just woke up to.
Very accurate description. Thank you. They're living in, like you said, what they've been told. It's all a big fantasy. It's all made up. NASA's nothing but a big cash cow. It's all they are. Yeah, it's all a big lie. No one's ever been to orbit. No one's ever been away from this Earth. You can't go there. It's just impossible. In fact, there's even astronauts that admit that. They've made a few. Like, you cannot leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. We live in an enclosed environment. Well, that dude just happened to tell the truth. And I'm sorry that you guys can't seem to get out of this religious paradigm that you've been told about. It's just not true. It is not true. You've been duped. We've all got duped in the beginning, and they're very good at what they do. And there's not one real photo from space. We all know that. It all says CGI. I seen a video one time where there was these two guys sitting at a computer. It was one that Whitsitt made. It was like a year ago or so. Where these two guys they were graphic artists sitting at two computers, and they were explaining that how they produced an exoplanet. They said that the scientists give them these couple of pixels to work with, and they say, make this look like as much close as you can to a planet as you possibly can. Do what you can. This is information we're going to give you. And they come back and they look at it. They say, no, tweak it a little bit more. There's just two guys sitting there at this two computers. They were explaining all of this. That's how they make these pictures of exoplanets, because they get a little bit of information from these guys, and then they get told these guys are professional graphic artists. Now make a planet that looks like this for us, please. And they do so. Takes them like 6 months, they said, generally, before they end up getting it perfect, before the scientists say, okay, that's good enough, we'll use that one. And these guys sat there and admitted all this, right? I mean, come on, man. And they even said in their website that they're all, there's not any real photos out there. They claim there's one real photo, but that was actually taken from inside the cabin through the portal, through the window. They got caught when they turned the lights on. I mean, this is so ridiculous, man. It's just so ridiculous. They were up like maybe who knows how high they were up. They weren't very high, because the window showed all blue Earth, and it was just a little tiny speck of the Earth is all that was actually being shown. I mean, it's so ridiculous, guys, man. Just wake up, please. It's just so ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, mate, what you're saying. But, it's like thinking, when I grow up, mate, I'm going to become, like, the first man to go to Mars, because I'm just built like that. And then I'm just going to come back and I'll tell everyone and I'll prove to everyone that the Earth is flat.
Good one. That was actually funny. Thanks.
Oh shit! Why and go quiet?
Can gravity stop? Does gravity stop entropy? How will a global answer this question? Because if a globe tells you that gravity holds the atmosphere, strange term, to the Earth, it automatically means that they are saying gravity also stop entropy. And that is quite something we need to discuss about, I think. So I guess there's no global online who can answer me this question. Does and can gravity stop entropy?
Absolutely not. Doesn't have any fucking thing to do with it. Gravity's not stopping anything as far as the atmosphere, entropy. If you're talking about the gases leaving the planet, oxygen leaving the planet, gravity, can it stop that from happening? No, because it's not happening. It's already stopped. We live in an enclosed environment. No sense. There's no need for gravity to do any of those things.
But that's what they tell you when they say gravity stops the air from escaping the Earth. At the common line, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely one of their things they want you to try and believe, but it's just not. It's not what's going on. We live in an enclosed environment. That's what stops it. Air pressure and container. It's just that simple. You can't have gas pressure without the container. I don't care what they say. It's just not how it works. It's demonstratable. They can't demonstrate anything to do with gravity stopping anything. It's just they can't. It's because this doesn't happen. It's not there. You can't just demonstrate it. So why would you believe it? Some of these guys got their jargon down so well. They just rattle on about this refraction and gravity and all these things that if you look into them, there's nothing there, right? There's nothing there for any of it. But some of these guys are real good at it. You know, I'm not even going to drop any names. I'm not even going to give them the spotlight of being the guys that can carry on with their jargon well enough to keep people thinking there's something there. There's not. There's nothing there for any of it. It's all just made up stories. And some of those guys are pretty good at what they do. But it just so happens it's not reality. Not at all. Sorry, folks. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you fully, mate.
Thanks for playing. What's this post up here? This guy's got involving rubber gloves and sponge and rubber bands, and it's a perfect example of how it shows how water is around on Earth. Doesn't make sense. I mean, now here we got rubber gloves again. We got all these things that have nothing to do with reality. Nothing, might I add, to do with reality. And they're going to put all this shit out there like it's going to mean something, when it means absolutely nothing. It is not an example of where we live, not whatsoever, and it has nothing to do with what they're trying to say it does. It's not what's happening, dude. Using rubber gloves, whatever. What's this guy even saying? I mean, what? So fucking Both were successful in disproving the globe. Okay, it does say that in, but yeah, there's just so many things. Every time they come up with these experiments or anything that they want to say proves this or that or the other, none of it's ever in reality, guys. None of it. You can't find it to exist. When you walk out your door, stand on the earth, or stand at the beach, or wherever you stand, you've got what you've got to deal with is what's right there in front of your eyes. And as soon as they start bringing all this other shit in, like, salt water, different densities of this and that, different. Sorry, it's not in reality. Yeah, we have a pressure gradient above us, but when you're looking at something over the water and light, you're in one pressure gradient. You're not in a different gradient. One of these guys, I think it was Jim Tanis one day, he pulls up this drawing for me. He had that picture of a globe, and then he had all these different layers of air that went up into as it got further away from it. And he said these are all different density layers, and it's causing the light to bend. And it showed where the light was coming from as it bent it down, and it was way up in off the globe where it went through like 5 of these different layers of air. And he said this is how it works. I said, yeah, but you got to put that down on the globe, down in the very first layer of air, and show how it follows that up around the ball without passing through all those density layers that you just showed where the light passed through. You're saying the light's coming that we're looking at is coming like 10 miles off the earth? That's where he was saying that's where his line started from. It was like 10 or 20 miles off the earth and went through all these different density layers. And he said, yeah, it bent the light down.